talking out loud, saying you bought us this and that, and how much you done spent. I swear she must believe it's all heaven sent. Hey boy, better bring the chick around to the sad, sad truth, the dirty low down. Taught her how to talk like that. Gave her that big idea. Nothing you can't handle, nothing you ain't got. Put your money on the table and drive it off the lot. Turn on that old love light, turn a maybe to a yes. Same old schoolboy game got you into this mess. Hey son, you better get on back to town. Face the sad old truth, the dirty law down. Put those ideas in your head. Have a Jones for this, Jones for that. This running with the Joneses, boy, just ain't where it's at. You're gonna come back around to the sad, sad truth, the dirty low down. Got you thinking like that, boy.
I'll always love you. I promise to always love you. 'Cause I think the whole world of you, and you can't change that. No, no.
There's nothing you can do or say. I thought about this for many a day, and my mind's made up to feel this way, and you can't change that.
'Cause you're the only one I love, and you can't change that. You're the only one I need, and you can't change that.
You're the one I love.
You're the only one I love, and you can't change that. You're the only one I need, and you can't change that. Now you can try if you want to. You can change your telephone number, and you can change your address too. But you can't stop me from loving you. No, you can't change that. No, no.
You can change the color of your hair, and you can change the clothes you wear, but you never change the way I care. No, you can't change that.
You're the only one I love, and you can't change that.
You're the one I love.
You're the only one I need, and you can't change that. You're the only one I love, and you can't change that. You're the only one I need, and you can't change that.
You're the one I love, girl.
Now you can try if you want to.
Try me, baby. Woo!
No, you can't change that.
You're the one I love.
You can try, but you can't change that.
You're the one.
Now you can change your telephone number, and you can change your address too. But you can't stop me from loving you. No, you can't change that. 'Cause you're the only one I love, and you can't change that.
You're the one I love.
You're the only one I need, and you can't change that.
I need you, baby.
You're the only one I love, and you can't
You
change
may
that.
change a dollar bill,
love never felt so fine. And I think about the time somebody told me, they told me, when you find the one who wants your heart, give it up, never stop, don't look back for a moment. 'Cause baby, every time I see you in and out of my life, something tells me, baby, I should try to get you more and more in my life. 'Cause when I'm with you, baby, love never felt so good. Baby, love never felt so right, like it does with you tonight. Taking it slowly, so slowly. Oh, baby, do you feel the way I do? Second nature holding you. Why don't you show me, when you find the one who wants your heart? Let it go, make the show, don't look back, just go for it. 'Cause baby, every time I see you
Yes, yeah, he'll. So once we decide to borrow money, it is Brian's exclusive domain. We can certainly robustly suggest that have a consent decree with the EPA's given the proximity to a public water supply. Yes. There's lots of this. Little of each. We discussed the art. We've got 5 minutes.
Hi, folks. From the podium, a couple of quick things. We have a little bit of a technical glitch, not a little one, a big one actually, to where all of you that were patiently issued clickers can turn them back in. We'll have somebody come around and take them away because they are not going to work tonight. The Wi-Fi connect, whatever it is, I can't even explain it, but the connection's not working. So, Jack, is it you? Anybody else going to help you? What? Okay, Jack up here, wave to the crowd. Jack's going to come around and just grab the lanyards from everybody, and then and that way we can take care of that problem. And we're going to have to swear in manual tellers like we usually do, and that's going to take a few minutes, so please just sit tight. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go let her know
Test.
what's going on.
Check.
And I'll come back. You won't need me for.
Right. It is crap. Permitted. Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. It's a pretty good line out there.
You guys want it faster today?
How you doing? Enthusiasm. Now, what sort of dog is it? A particular breed or just Heinz 57?
Oh, outside, yeah.
Folks, if anybody still has a clicker, could you please raise your hand and we'll pick it up? Zach's on his way up to pick it up, okay? Thank you.
You are. Only by name.
Okay, folks, just to repeat what I had said a little earlier, we have a delay because the clickers are not working tonight, so hopefully you've all turned them in, and we are going to swear tellers like we did the old-fashioned way before 2023. Once we do that, whoever's last in line outside will be identified, and we'll go when that last person gets in. If they're in line when the time comes to go, we have to let them come in. So that's the story. I just want to get you that update. Thank you.
Okay.
There are no 2 seats.
I guess heartaches are a part of every life, but that still don't relieve the pain I've received from loving you, loving you. Oh, love, sure made a fool of me, made me too blind to see. Can't say I will alone. Damned if I do, and damned if I don't. But all that I can do is follow my heart. Oh, love, sure made a fool of me. Yes, it did. Made me too blind to see. Can't say I will alone. Damned if I do, and damned if I don't. But all that I can do is follow my heart. Oh, love, sure made a fool of me. Oh, made me too blind to see. Can't say I will alone. Damned if I do, and damned if I don't. But all that I can do is follow my heart.
Folks, again, we just have a long line outside of people registering to come in, so in fairness to them, we're going to bring them in and then we'll get going.
each time we hear our favorite song, the memories come along. Older times we're missing, spending the hours reminiscing. We'll go dancing in the dark, walking through the park and
I go here. Oh, thank you.
For any folks who are standing in the back, there are seats down front. You want to come down and just sort of fill in, we'll get you seated. In order to participate and vote, you do need to be in front of the back wall. So the alcove back there is not part of the hall, so come on down and find a seat if you can. The answer to the trivia question is Bill Davis, 11 Buffalo Run. And the question is, who's last in line and who are we waiting on? I'm a good friend of Bill's, he'll appreciate that. Folks, thank you for your patience. Good evening. Welcome to our special town meeting. It's great to see you all here. This may be the biggest crowd I've had in 7 years. Who'd have thought? Hi out there. So I've been informed by our clerk that a quorum of 100 voters is present, and then some, and therefore this town meeting will come to order. As your moderator, I am responsible for the oversight and conduct of our proceedings here tonight, and as always, I will do my best to honor your commitment to our legislative governance by proceeding along as fairly and efficiently as possible. If you would now please rise as our local Girl Scouts post the colors and remain standing as they lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Girls, you please come forward.
Color Guard advance. Color Guard present the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to a flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies.
Color Guard post the colors. Color Guard dismissed.
Thank you very much to the Scouts. You may all be seated. So we'll start with a little bad news. Good news. The bad news is, as you all probably are aware right now, we're not going to be able to use our clickers tonight to record close votes. We will be counting by tellers. A little bit of a double whammy because there's so many of you here, but we have good tellers. And they will be brought forward by the clerk, Mr. Hegarty, to be sworn. The good news is I'm not going to tell you all about the clicker system, so my remarks are that much shorter. Traditionally in New England, a town meeting serves as the legislative branch of town government. This is very important tonight. Town meeting is the one that decides whether to appropriate money to run the town, considers whether to create, revise, or remove local town statutes known as bylaws. Our town operates with an open town meeting, meaning every registered voter in town can attend and vote on all matters on the warrant tonight. A warrant is issued in advance of any town meeting for voters to be forewarned about the time and place for the meeting and the substance of the matters to be considered. The warrant before us tonight, you should have picked up on the way in, it's traffic yellow. And beginning on page 8, it has a total of 18 articles to be considered tonight. As a general rule, the proceedings at town meeting are governed by our bylaws. Chapter 41 of our town code is entitled Town Meetings, and it is supplemented by the practices found in the latest edition of Town Meeting Time. In keeping with our long-standing practice, the proceedings today continue until either 11 p.m. or if the article underway at 11 is finished, or if a quorum is called and fails, or if a motion for adjournment is passed by a majority. If for some reason we adjourn this meeting early, we would continue it to the next day. Another of our longtime practices in our town has been to allow specific non-voters into the hall. These people do not participate unless approved by us, and they do not vote under any circumstance. But typically they are non-resident town employees audiovisual technicians, local students from government classes, etc. All the non-voters today can be identified by their red, white, and blue wristband with white stars. You all have a sort of a lime green wristband like I do. They have red, white, and blue with white stars. At the annual town meeting in March, you agreed that I should dispense with the reading of each of the individual names of our visitors. And instead, I can offer you a review of the list for anyone who wants to review it. Mr. Hegarty is the keeper of that list. If anyone wants to see it, we can accommodate that while I continue with my remarks. Our proceedings today are being live streamed and recorded by the fine folks at iMedia, and those are the ones that are mostly stationed in the back and keep us humming along here tonight. Our bylaw requires me to define the bounds of the hall. Tonight, our hall is split into two portions. The first portion is all of the seats in this auditorium and the aisles in between, all in front of the very first back wall. So the alcove in the way back is not part of the hall. You got to be in front of those doors to be in the hall. The second portion of our hall is the seats in the cafeteria that we have for overflow, and those who may have young children with them to supervise. All voters must be within those bounds to vote. If you leave the hall for any reason, you must return to cast any vote. I have identified Carol Cullen to act as deputy moderator, 7 Heather Lane, to act as deputy moderator in the cafeteria. Carol's standing here to my right. Do I have the consent of the hall to swear her in and moderate things over there? Please raise your hands. Thank you. Carol, do you swear to perform your duties to the best of your ability, so help you God? I do. Off you go. Now a few important notes about our parliamentary process today. As we proceed through each article on the warrant, a motion will be made and other pertinent information will be posted on the projection screen here on center stage. As is customary, your town clerk, Jim Hegarty, and your town council, Jay Tallerman, are up front with me, while your select board, chaired by Kathy Cook, and your advisory committee, chaired by Andrew Pfaff, are all sitting on the floor down front. With the exception of town council Tallerman, all of us up front are registered voters, just like you, but it is good to be reminded that this gathering today is a formal piece of our town government. Today, all of you are not spectating town government. You are town government today. Select board is the executive, you are the legislature. And so the primary and most prominent function of town meeting does not occur up here with me or in front at the tables. It occurs out there through your debates and questions and votes. Any registered voter who has checked in can go to any of the microphones, first state their name and address, and then speak to or ask a question about the current motion. At this time, it's a good thing, too. We have 4 microphones this time, not the usual 3. So 2 microphones in each aisle, 1 down front and 1 about halfway up. Any one of those is fair game. If a voter happens to be a town official who wishes to join the discussion, they will likewise wait in queue at a microphone. All questions should be directed through me. No one may speak until recognized at a microphone by me, and this includes calls to move a question. The only exceptions are to raise a question of privilege or a point of order. But even if you wish to raise a point of order, you must still rise and be recognized. In general, we will debate and hear from whoever wants to speak to a motion, for or against or otherwise, until I determine that things are getting repetitive or belabored, and at that point, I might suggest that we vote. Regarding timing of motions and debate, we continue with the timing requirements for speakers that you previously adopted at annual town meeting in March. Article sponsors will have up to 5 minutes to make and support their motion, and then each subsequent speaker will have up to 3 minutes to make a follow-up point. Again, I note that those timeframes are longer than they might seem at first, and those requirements have served us well to keep our debates fair and productive at annual town meeting in the spring. Now, that all being said, there is one article tonight for which I will expand those time requirements. I will expand it proportionally for all speakers. It'll be fair for everybody, and I will explain about that when we get to that article. Before each vote today, I will remind you of the quantum of vote necessary for passage. For example, a simple majority, or whether it's 2/3, and then call for the vote. If I can determine the prevailing vote from here, I will announce it. If I deem it too close to call, then we will go to the tellers. At this point, we're just about ready to get started, but I want to be unequivocal about one last thing. That is the topic of conduct and decorum tonight. I say this at every meeting, but let's start by remembering what I said a few minutes ago about the fact that you are not watching town government at work tonight. You are the town government at work tonight. It is an awesome responsibility. It calls for dignity and decorum. Our Chapter 41 bylaw explicitly requires speakers to confine their comments to the article under consideration, as well as refrain from personal attacks or mentioning anyone by name or mentioning by name any other person present. In short, we are ladies and gentlemen tonight. We work through facts and as well as opinions based on those facts, but we don't make it personal. Insofar as we honor each other today, we honor ourselves and we honor our town. With that, I have examined the call of this town meeting, the receipt of the officer's return of service for the posting, and the return of the mailing. Nominally, as moderator, I must read the entire warrant, either at the beginning of the meeting or each article prior to the motion introducing it, unless a motion is made to dispense with that reading. Therefore, do I have a motion to waive the reading of the separate articles of the entire warrant? Is there a second? All in favor, please raise your hands. That motion carries. Okay, to start our warrant review today, we conduct what is called the consent part of the meeting. I hope most of you were able to pick up and read my lemon yellow handout on your way in today. It is a single sheet, front and back, with the title Consent List of Articles Proposed for Enactment under Bylaw 41-6C. If you weren't able to pick up the handout, don't worry, I will explain everything. Under our bylaw, I, as moderator, may propose to you a list of articles to be considered together as a single block, so that several routine articles may be voted at one time, which will save us considerable time tonight. It is important to note that as moderator, I only propose this list. The hall must approve it. Therefore, before asking for the summary vote, I will go through the list one by one and ask if any voter wishes to hold any article on the proposed consent list. If anyone wishes to hold the article on my list, I will simply remove it from the group and take it up with the rest of the warrant in order in the usual way. So on the handout, on the back of the handout is a list of the specific articles I am proposing to group together today. Do I have any questions, first of all, about this process? All right, seeing none, let's go through the list. If anybody wishes to hold an article, just shout out hold. Article 1, amend SAP bylaw. Article 3, Solid Waste Committee. Article 4, Consumer Advisory Commission. Article 5, regarding meeting minutes. Article 6, regarding collection of tailings. Article 7, regarding the Cable Revenue Fund. And Article 13, to amend the fiscal year 25 budget. All right, hearing no holds, this passage of this consent list requires a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? The motion carries. Now we move immediately to Article 2. Ms. Cook.
I move. Okay. I move.
Let's have,
Okay.
if you're talking from the front tables, let's at least just stand up, let the folks see you.
Stand up.
Thank you.
I move that the town vote to approve the article as printed in the warrant, and that the appointments of any eliminated committee positions be terminated as of the effective date of the revision to the bylaw.
Does that receive a second? I hear a second. Ms. Cook?
This article is pretty simple. The committee we're trying to reduce from 7 to 5. This request was made by the chair of that committee, who was also the sponsor of the article in 2022 that formed the committee. I'm on the committee. We're having trouble getting a quorum, so we're trying to make committees more effective, and 5 seems to work better than 7. Patty Fiore is going to speak to her reason for doing this.
10 Winter Street. I believe this is an important committee, the pilot committee, and given even more importance as nonprofits continue to purchase residential properties, removing all from our tax rolls. Add to that our ever-increasing costs for personnel and town services, our taxes continue to rise. We've been stymied by a lack of quorum on this committee. In order to allow us to do our work in an effective way, I've requested that the reduction in committee members, and I ask for your approval.
Anyone else with a comment or question on Article 2? All right, seeing none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? That article passes. Article 8. All right, let me talk about timing on this one. This is the article I was referring to earlier. Nominally, as I said, the time requirements have worked out well in the past, 5 minutes from an article to be moved and explained, and then 3 to follow up. For this Article 8, frankly, Article 8 is the reason, it's not the reason you're all here, it's the reason this meeting exists, right? This special town meeting was the original impetus for Article 8. So for Article 8 only tonight, I have authorized the moving party to instead of 5 minutes, to go 10 minutes. And then anyone who wants to speak after that, instead of 3 minutes, you also get 2x, you get 6. So we'll work with those times, and then everything, of course, is subject to adjustment by you as we go along. I have Ms. Houlihan on Article 8. Please go ahead.
I move Article 8 as printed in the warrant.
So receive a second. All right, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. So before I start, we have a presentation for tonight. Before we start, I think it's important just to put some context. For Article 8, this is why we're having a special town meeting. It's the MBTA Communities Law Act. And this is a mandate from the state of Massachusetts for 177 cities and towns that are near the MBTA. And so we've done our best to put forward a plan that we believe survives a zoning law that can be a good compromise for our town. We'll present some of the details of that. But I thought it would be good just for context, like why do we have this? So I'm just going to hypothetically say there's this couple, Craig and Wendy. And Craig and Wendy have been in town for 40 years. They've had 4 children here. Their children are ready to move home. Their oldest has had 2 children, and they want to have that community experience that we've all had in raising our families here in Southborough. Craig and Wendy, their house is too big. They need to downsize. But the problem is they can't downsize in Southborough. 90% of our housing inventory are single-family homes. We don't have a lot of diversity. We don't have townhouses, condominiums, condos, apartments. There's really no place to downsize. And then their family that are trying to move into town with their family, did you know the average selling price in Southborough right now is $1,100,000? So to get into town to buy a single-family home, you need to have $1,100,000, $1,100,000 to be able to buy a house. So that family can't afford to come in. So enter the MBTA community law. It's a law that mandates diversity of housing. And it basically is asking communities around the MBTA to think about their diversity, to not just offer single-family homes. Southborough is not alone on this. Most of Massachusetts has this issue. So this is a diversity of housing law. So what if I can do, I don't have a clicker. Who's ever clicking? Perfect. I'm going to move ahead. So now you understand kind of what the law is about. It's try to introduce diversity of housing. So tonight, we're going to go through 4 areas. What is the MBT Act? Because I know some people know what it is. Some people might just be learning about it for the first time tonight, or maybe have been hearing things over the last 3 or 4 days. How does it impact our town? How are the zoning districts selected? We're going to walk you through our process, which was very comprehensive, and we've done our best to make sure that this town is represented fairly in what's presented to you to vote on today. What are the zoning districts, and what happens next? So what is the MBTA Communities Act? It was a law that was written in by Governor Baker in 2021. What this law does is, does this have a pointer too? No pointer. This allows by right multifamily development. So it's zoning. It is a zoning law. What does that mean? It means that we as a town would approve a zoning overlay district over existing zoning for anybody who comes in and who decides they want to build in that zoning overlay. They would need to submit an application to do so. So this is purely zoning. This is not a development law. Just want to make that clear. 177 cities and towns are impacted, so that's 176 towns that are also doing this. And Southborough must have this requirement in place by December 31st, according to our Attorney General. So the key components of the MBTA law, there are 5 of them. 50 total acres. So 10 acres must be within a half mile of the MBTA station. That's a mandate by the state. That is not the Southborough Planning Board telling you that's what's happening. So 10 acres need to be near the MBTA. The other 40 acres can be anywhere else. It should be walking distance to public transportation, bikeways, and bus stops. It should be suitable for families with no children. There really can't be any age or bedroom restrictions on this because, again, we're talking about multifamily unit housing. The zoning must allow for a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. We'll talk a little bit about that. Hopefully, for those of you who had the FAQ sheet that was out front, there's pretty comprehensive pictures of what that density could look like. And then the zoning permit process cannot be discretionary. So important for you to remember out of this is there's 50 acres, required mandate by law, and that it's a zoning bylaw. So the 50 acres, 10 acres within the half mile of the MBTA station. I want to just make note that originally when the law came out, the state said we want 50 acres by the half mile of the MBTA station. That's a lot for a town like Southborough, who really only has half a radius by the train station. So your select board, your planning board, we wrote to the state with several other cities and towns, and we asked to have some allowances, and they did. They lowered that 50 acres to 10 acres. So we feel like the state helped us there. The other 40 acres, 25 acres need to be contiguous, so we need to find a 25-acre lot someplace in Southborough. That's all combined. And then the other requirement is 15 acres, and they can be minimum lot acres of 5. So you can have 3 5-acre lots or any combination of 5 to get to 15. And basically by math, 15 units per acre by 50 acres is 750 unit capacity, which is required by the state law. So Southborough maintains site plan control. I think this is the key ingredient here for everybody sitting in attendance today, is that this is a zoning bylaw. As I said, it's not a development law. If a developer, if this law passes, which we certainly hope it does, and I hope I give you enough reason to vote in favor of this evening, if this passes, this is zoning. A developer will have to put in an application for a major site plan development. That application comes through your planning board. There's 5 members here represented tonight. I'm only one member. Our chair, Mrs. Luttrell, is here with me up on stage. If you know anything about your planning board, we care about you. We're not out to screw any of you as town residents. We really are here. We're one of the boards that listen to you. We listen to your opinions, and we try to do the best compromise that we can. We know that not everybody's going to leave happy, but we try to make the best compromise, and we listen to our residents and try to make the builders comply with what's important for the town. With that oversight, it means that there's a public hearing with a butter notification. So if any of those districts, if a developer decides they want to develop, anybody within 300 feet is obligated by law to be notified by the developer for those public hearings, so you can partake and participate in this hearing process. Heights, the height of the building. We'll talk about what those requirements are in this law. The setbacks, parking, lighting, lower impact development are all things within control of the planning board. So when that application comes through, we have the opportunity to vote on how they design whatever they might be putting forward. The mandate is, this is not an affordable housing law. You might hear that. The state has said you can add 10% affordable housing, but we're not mandating it. We as Southborough decided that the 10% affordable housing is appropriate, and it makes it's an important step for us to include 10% housing, affordable housing, so that 10% is affordable and 90% would be market rate. And again, I just want to reiterate, this is something is just a very important take home, that the planning board will maintain site control for any development. So this is just a quick image of what dense housing can look like. You have the 1 acre units. There's 15 units on 1 acre. In the front section, the back section is a 1/4 acre with 3 townhome units on it. Really, every parcel would be independently evaluated based on the requirements of the underlying zoning within each district. And again, we'll talk about that. There's a table both in the bylaw, if you have the warrant article, I think they ran out of them, but there's also some slides with information I'll walk into, so you have a better, more crystal clear understanding of what's actually on the table here. What's more important is that in our zoning for town of Southborough, we don't have any height requirements that exceed three stories. So residential is 2.5 stories and industrial is 3 stories. You can't come in and build a 5-story building here. So we as planning board, when a major site plan is put forward, we will support the regulations associated with each of the requirements within each district.
Ms. Houlihan, let me just give you a 9-minute warning.
So, Mr. Moderator, may I ask, I am only partially through this slide deck. I think it's really important for us to lay out just the base education. May I ask the town to vote if they would give me an extra 10 minutes?
So the hall always has the power to modify its own rules. If the hall is so inclined, we can grant Ms. Houlihan's request, but it's going to be up to you. You know, when you feel like you've heard enough, but I'm not sure that's the case in this case, but we'll find out. So Ms. Houlihan is requesting a 10-minute extension on her time. If you are in favor of doing that, please raise your hand. Anybody opposed? All right, Ms. Houlihan, you have 10 more minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the additional 10 minutes. Here's the underlying zoning. So the dimensional standards are what the planning board, this is kind of our laws, right? This is how we comply in helping developers build site plans in our town. And so what you'll see with the proposed districts 1, 2, and 3, District 1 is the Southville Road and Blendon and Woodland Road. That underlying zoning is residential B. So anybody coming in to develop must meet the minimum lot area of 25,000 square feet. They must have 125 feet of frontage in front of that property. There are setbacks requirements. The Southville Road area, importantly, is near water, so there's a 200-foot conservation buffer, so the Conservation Commission would be involved with that site plan as well. And the maximum height, as I said earlier, in that residential B area would be 2.5 stories. So the planning board would make sure that the developer complies with these rules and regulations. In District 2 and 3, those are industrial parks. They have a little bit larger space to work with. However, as you notice, the maximum height for anything in our town is 3 feet. The one exception that you all would know is Madison Place, which is a 40B. And a 40B, a developer really can come in, if they own property, they can put a 40B in wherever they would like to, and that is not managed by the planning board. That is managed by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So there is no oversight in a 40B. So how do we believe that this benefits you? So we do believe that this is a step towards improving our zoning for higher density and more diverse housing. It is included as a goal in our 2021 master plan, and it's our #1 priority in our housing production plan. I indicated earlier that 90% of our homes our inventory here is single-family homes, and we're looking to diversify that. Again, let's get back to Craig and Wendy. Craig and Wendy can downsize as empty nesters into diversity, and their children could come in and potentially at a lower threshold to enter into a townhouse versus buy a single-family home at $1 million price tag. The districts proposed, we believe, would ensure a gradual impact over time, that there wouldn't be a one-stop, let's just develop everything right now. And we believe that we contribute to our community responsibility towards easing the housing crisis. There are consequences to not passing the MBTA law. The most important one is the grants. So the state has basically said that you'd be ineligible for grants from the Mass Works and Housing Works infrastructure programs, the Housing Choice Initiative, and the local chapter project funds. There is a potential for civil enforcement action by the Attorney General's office. Many of you who are reading in the news, the town of Milton is going through that now, and they'll be going to the Supreme Court of Massachusetts in October. They're the only town right now, although 16 towns have voted down this. 14 towns are not considered out of compliance because they've rescheduled special town meetings before December 31st to run those meetings. And they have till 12/31/24 to accept and pass this before they're considered out of compliance by the state. The only other town is Grafton, who's also moved to do nothing. And they will be out of compliance as of 12/31/24, but they have not indicated that they will hold a special town meeting. So there is potential that the Attorney General can enforce that, and we'll watch that with Milton. There is reduced consideration for the following 13 discretionary grant programs. Those are listed here. We did hear just recently from the library that the library transformation, which would be a pretty sizable investment, should we vote to approve that, $8 million of that grant would be denied if we were out of compliance with the MBTA law. So many of these grants are being held as the opportunity for us to choose to enforce the MBTA law or not, but if we do not support the law, we are threatened to not be eligible for certain grants. So have we benefited from grants? Yes, and we need more. So there's a one-stop grant the Select Board is looking to put forward for a Route 9 study and sewer evaluation. We'd all love a better development on Route 9. We need a sewer. If we do that and we want a sewer, the Mass Works would support that, but we would potentially lose that if we did not have compliance with the MBTA law. So grants can obviously offset tax overrides, reducing the financial burden for all of us. We know mostly we pay the taxes anyway. I'm not sure we want to pay the millions of dollars of infrastructure to change Route 9 if we can get tax grants, state grants for those. So how are the zoning districts selected? So this process started in August of 2023. So the planning board has held over 45 sessions, public sessions, all public hearings, all posted. On My Southborough, if you read the community, they are through the community network, if you're aware, online. We held some mapping sessions with town participants that participated and physically mapped the sections of town where they'd like to see these communities. People were invited vis-a-vis postcards that were sent to voters, and that was through the process over the last 14 months. So there's been a very intense effort to try and educate and drive awareness, and we know we don't reach everybody in town. It's our best intention that we try to. We know we don't get everybody. We did approach this bylaw. We used state consultants. We used the state compliance modeling. We asked the Southborough residents for their input. We leveraged other towns' experiences and recommendations, and we developed a prioritization criteria rubric. We leveraged the state guidelines to do those mapping sessions, and out of those mapping sessions, we refined 21 areas using a rubric. And the rubric, the recommended for MBTA, is on the left. There were 8 criteria. We as planning board members filtered all the 21 areas that the map sessions produced. And we filtered, we weighed them, and then we came down to an area of 6 areas that are circled here. We worked with the state compliance consultant, Bowler, and we fed through as many possible iterations where we wouldn't change the underlying zoning. And so by doing that, we came up with the 3 districts that are before you this evening. And the key point is those 3 districts meet the compliance guidelines, and that's why we're here tonight hoping to vote in the MBTA law. So what are the overlaid districts? We have 1, 2, and 3. We'll quickly go through these. District 1 is comprised of 1A and 1B. I'll go into a little bit more detail. 1A is woodland, blend, and woods. This is about 6 acres in woodland and blend and woods. The details here, this is from the state compliance model, that when you mathematically put this place in, it will mathematically produce 77 units, and that will contribute to the 150 required within the half-mile district. District 1B is the Southville Road, which is about 6 acres on Southville Road. So again, detailed when you put it into the mathematical model. The mathematical model says the 80 unit capacity. I think there's been information that 94 units is the capacity, and that's inaccurate. That's a mathematical, purely taking 6.3 acres times 15 units per acre to drive 94. That's not what the mathematical compliance model projected. It stated 80. And we as the planning board do not believe that 80 is actually what will pragmatically be built because of the requirements in the residential B and the setbacks, the zoning, the 200 feet with the waterfront. And so there are opportunities for you as a town when and if a developer comes forward. The other point I want to make is you may have heard that a developer is knocking on our door to build this. That is not true. Planning board has not seen any concept plan from a developer. Developer would need to wait for the law to be approved by the Attorney General and then submit a proposal. No proposal is in our hands today. There's nothing in front of us relative to this development site. So I just wanted to clear any misinformation that might be communicated out there. District 2 is Madison Place, which is about 30 acres with Madison Place and Turnpike Road. The detail here is that the final unit capacity equates to about 454 units. And District 3 is St. Martin Drive, which is at the northernmost point of Southborough. It's about that 14.6 acres, and that would produce about 217 units. So all combined, these 3 districts achieve the MBTA law requirements. So what happens next? So what happens if Southborough votes this down? Well, compliance with the law is mandatory, so we will need to have another special town meeting. That would likely happen in early December between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and the planning board would need to go back to work to try and figure out where we put this. That we do not believe is the best path forward. We believe that we've collaborated extraordinarily well with the residents who participated and worked with us to achieve the districts that we're proposing this evening. The approval requires a simple majority of the town to vote yes. We've already presented the Attorney General. They've reviewed our proposed bylaw, and we have incorporated those slight edits. The EOHLC state agency has collaborated closely with the planning board and has ensured that the districts we have proposed meet the law. The select board, Shop C, and what I've just heard this evening is advisory board, as well as planning board, all are in favor of supporting this article number 8. So we are appealing to the town, and we ask you to vote yes for Article 8, and encourage you to listen to everyone that wants to speak tonight. We're happy to answer questions as they come up, and we thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Houlihan. Before we go to the floor mics, do I have a position from the Select Board, please?
Select Board voted 5-0 to support.
And advisory position, please. 4-3. Advisory 4-3. All right. 4-3 to support. You guys have mics down there. All right, I see, ma'am, are you? Okay. Are you wanting to make a comment?
Am I presenting?
If you're at the mic, you're the only one at the mic, so go ahead, Ms. Gillespie.
Hi, I'm Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road, and I'm offering an opposition presentation. And I don't have control to...
Please put that up on the screen.
What's going on, guys? What, in the back? All right, in the back, can we have Ms. Gillespie's presentation, please? She has 6.
Once I start.
We'll do that when we get there. Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
Ms. Gillespie.
Hi, I already introduced myself. So I live on Southville Road, and I've been working with other residents in the area as well. Our point is that we can do better than this proposal. And I want to explain that this presentation was done, it was a rough draft as best I could, because we found out at the last minute we were going to do it. And then we were unable to put our revised presentation. So some of this language has changed. So what we're really doing is asking for a pause. And now for me to move forward, I have to go all the way to the bottom. Oh, and I ended it. So what we propose, that's what we want to talk about, right? I'll go slower. I was a little nervous. So what we're proposing is that the Select Board and Planning Board reach out to all the other towns that haven't passed the bylaw, and then go together to the state and argue that this one size doesn't fit all. And what I mean by that is not the number of units and the capacity of the different areas and the dimensional. It's some towns with small towns and villages, it's not appropriate to have the 15 units an acre, period. And I'm sorry, I got nervous, so I didn't say how I wanted to start. And I want to say this to the hall. We, the neighbors who are in opposition, want to say thank you to the planning board. We know how hard they worked. This was not easy. And thank you to all the citizens who participated in it. It wasn't easy for all of us. I've been to almost every single meeting and hearing and visioning and mapping. And it was a lot of work for everyone. And we know that the planning board did a good job getting a lot of these units outside of the half mile. But mistakes were made, and we want to make sure we don't fall down a deep hole because of those mistakes. And the other thing I want to say, this breaks my heart to be here in opposition to creating more housing. For over 20 years or 25 years, I've been working to try to get more affordable housing in this town. And what I'm going to ask everyone, no matter which way it goes tonight, that afterwards we all come together and work together for the type of housing that this town needs. Just because we think this isn't it, maybe you do, but even if we get this is not affordable housing. This is 80% of the median income. We need to do better, and we can do better. And working together, we could create something better. And I know we've been hearing that if we don't pass it now, we'll have to come back by December 31st. That's a lot of work. But we can do it and roll up our sleeves, because you don't pass something bad because there's a deadline that somehow planning, and some of this was the state's fault with the original compliance model mistakes and missteps, so that we couldn't go to, if we'd gone to annual town meeting and it didn't pass then, we could have come now and had an alternative. This is your first shot at it. Many towns go twice. So we need to ask the hall to vote no for a pause, to come back and try to get it done before we're out of compliance, and also go to the state and say, this is ridiculous. We shouldn't have to be in compliance because of the mistakes that was made with the consultant you were hired. So please think about working together after this, because I know this has pitted friends and co-workers against each other, and it is heartbreaking. So go back to the state. The other one is, other people talk about the Milton case, but see what's decided there. Because if changes are made in the law requirements, I don't think they're going to overturn it. Who knows? Law's funny. Legal counsel stuff goes crazy. But something could change. And here's the thing. If we pass it now, and then we zone this property, and I'm talking about the Southville Road property specifically, and when they say it's not ready, well, here's the thing. 4 acres is undeveloped, and they've been trying to develop it. 2 acres is not being utilized. There's been a for sale, for lease, businesses in and out. 6.3 acres, I believe. We know that the property owner went and spoke with the town planner in March, asking about putting housing in. So when I say it's shovel ready, I don't mean they can go out tomorrow and put a shovel in, but they're ready to develop it and they want to. And the other thing is, if you look at those lots, they spent $7.5 million on it. They didn't do that to have an industrial lot in that neighborhood. So.
Let me just give you a 1-minute warning.
Thank you, my friend did. We want the maps revamped. We want to ask, everyone's talking about this lot. Well, the town worked really hard to zone lots that can't be built. And they said they heard loud and clear that's what the citizens wanted. We didn't want to have any lots that could be developed, except for when it came down to Southville Road. And where's that? It's in your most affordable, densest, most diverse type of housing. And it's also in a really important environmental area. And I'm going to try to go through some of my slides, if I can go backwards. Oh, I want to talk about this before I end. That's a 50-unit building, way taller, doesn't fit our zoning code. They say that the town planning board has all authority. But when they don't fit the 15 units an acre, any property owner has the right to seek zoning relief and get a variance. And variances can allow them to get, and I haven't heard, if there's somebody who's saying that that's not true, can I ask for 3 more minutes?
Hold on. You certainly can, and you did.
Thank you.
Does the hall approve 3 more minutes for Ms. Gillespie? Thank you. Go right ahead, ma'am.
So this was a 40B at Park Central, 50 units. That is not in compliance with our zoning. But I'm not convinced, and no one has told me, that this bylaw doesn't allow you to get a variance. Property owners have rights to seek zoning relief when they can't get what their property is zoned for. And the type of relief you can get is higher buildings, less setback, less floor to area ratio, all of the things that our planning board would carefully consider, but it could be taken out of their hands. And unless someone says this bylaw specifically prohibits any variances, you could be looking at that or at that, which is 100. Because this property is not that deep. There's wetland riverfront area in the back. They're going to have to squeeze the units in. And if you paid $7.5 million for some property, you're going to get your 94 units, I can guarantee it. I'm sorry, because I'm going backwards. I think that's what I just talked about, the ZBA for building height. I want to talk about this. This is the most environmentally sensitive area in the town besides around the reservoir. Now, here's the thing. This is why this bylaw is not good from the state, the requirement. The biomap is planned by the Mass Wildlife Division of Natural Heritage Endangered Species, and they map this area as the most important in the region. If you see all the green around the reservoir, okay. I circled it. I'm not that great at circling. That's where the lot is. This is also our flood zone, and this also does not comply with the state's municipal vulnerability proposal, and we did that planning, and this is not in compliance. When you put dense housing here with more impervious surface near a flood zone and a river, what are you asking for? You're asking for flooding, and that's not in line with the municipal vulnerability plan, and we should go to the state and say, hey, this area in the half mile doesn't work. It doesn't work for your natural heritage, and it doesn't work for your municipal vulnerability plan, right? Why are you not looking at everything? Because they didn't. They just put this together, and it's, I shouldn't say what I want to say, but it's half something. You'll have to bear with me because I wasn't planning on going backwards. So I don't want to focus on how the lots were chosen, except for they had not the people in the room that live near where these lots are. And if anyone went to the zoning meetings, they know postcards were sent out. I know the planning board tried hard, but they went to a meeting where they invited a neighborhood to go, and then they said, but you could pick these two lots over here on your map, and people did, and they said, move it to the east, which was not in the neighborhood of the people who were invited by postcard to attend that meeting. And then afterwards, when they picked this, they said, because the neighbors voted for it, but not the neighbors that are abutting. So these are your neighbors and your friends. They should have had a seat at the table. And I know I've heard they should have been paying attention because the planning board has done a great job at outreach. But people tend to pay attention to what impacts them, which is why you sent the postcards to the neighbors in the original half mile and let them vote on land outside of their half mile. There seems to be a sense of not fair about that to me. And I'm just going to say, I'm sorry I sounded a little upset about that. I want to say, this is my elevator speech. Zoning's kind of like an elevator. If an elevator ain't quite right, you don't get on. If the zoning code isn't quite right, you don't pass it. And this ain't right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go right over here. Microphone B.
I was wondering if we had a map we could grab.
Hold on. Name and address, please.
Sorry, John Cage, 6 Parker Street.
Go right ahead.
And I was wondering if we had a map of the area around the train station we could just display real quick. I'm sorry, I don't have slides for this. I wasn't planning on talking. If there's not.
Planning.
You
Anything
can go down to
handy?
the 3 slides down on this one, the number 4. Probably that'll work.
Slide number 4.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right.
So my name is John Cage. I'm 6 Parker Street.
Take the thumbnails off.
And I've been involved in this for a little over a year. Oops, we
Hold on.
lost our slide.
There you go.
Thank you. Been involved with the planning board for a little over a year on this one. And one of the things that has been mentioned by our previous speaker, but also other speakers in other meetings, has been the issue of why are we using the lots that were picked? Originally, this site, this half mile, as we now know, it's been reduced down to 10 acres, which is great because there's only 63 there and it was originally 50 acres. But when we shifted to 10 acres, there was a miscommunication, I would say, with our state mandated consultant. And the planning board did the work that they needed to do to figure out, talking to the town, talking to the residents in this zone where they were getting notices, and they picked areas that they chose. Our neighbors, us involved, picked areas in this area. what ended up happening with the with the calculator, is that most of the units in this area, and sadly I don't have this presentation, it was a very nice drawing done earlier, showing that most of these units here, especially the ones in the high density in the top left, the ones right across from the train station, are either historical buildings or they do not meet the requirement of unit occupancy. Now, in the earlier presentation that was given, the requirement is 10 acres, also a 750 unit occupancy. And when we originally looked at this area and we picked out our 10 acres, we found that the 10 acres gave us the land, but did not give us the unit occupancy. And in order to fix that, it was a requirement, I believe from a conversation in the town, from the state, was to change the zoning law from 35 feet, 2.5 stories, to I believe 5 stories. Something that in that neighborhood or in Southborough, we were adamantly against. Now, we did have another planning meeting. We did pick another number of zones. And again, it was from the areas that were picked in that half mile. But one of the conversation points was some leeway given by the state. And that state leeway was where to put the pin for the half mile. Was it at the middle of the terminal or the edge of the MBTA property line? And because the state allowed us that flexibility, that was the reason why that last industrial zone, the one that's Southville, all of a sudden became eligible. It wasn't originally planned, but the problem we were running into is if you look at this zone, if you look at this half mile, there's very little realistic property that can be used and meet the unit occupancy numbers. And that is the difficulties that we run in with this. So time, I went to 18 months worth of meetings, and it was very educational about how much the state didn't understand what Southborough was like, and how much our planning board and the people involved that came to those meetings understood what our community needs and what our community wants. But the question now comes down to, do we comply? We have some options that look to work per the state. We could technically start over, but we are running out of time. And the state doesn't sound like it's going to play fair. So, but I wanted to make sure people are aware of the restrictions in this area. It's not so much easy as saying we'll just grab 10, 12, 15, 19 acres in front of the train station. The other fear of that, and that was actually one of the plans that came about, was to just grab that entire strip on the southern part of the MBTA line from the bridge all the way over to, I believe, the old bar that used to be down there. I believe that was 19 acres, and giving the state more land to make it multifamily zoning, I don't believe that's in our best interest, because we wouldn't actually get more, we wouldn't meet our requirement for the state, but we would end up risking having a lot more of this being put in, which may not be what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back corner, Mike, please. Back corner.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is James Nichols Worley. I live at 94 Main Street. And I believe in Southborough. When you start from the answer of no to a question, it's really easy to get there. But when you say yes, that's what gets you to yes and. And I believe that Southborough can do that and. That's why I'm supporting this plan, because whatever we do tonight, we have the ability to keep making our town better. And I think that this article, this zoning plan, is a step in the right direction and will be good for our community. I grew up here in Southborough. I had the opportunity to get a world-class education here at Trotter. Right now, I'm a college student in Washington, D.C., and I've come back to town for the weekend because of how important this issue is to me. When I was born in 2004, Massachusetts was the only state in the country where my dads could get married. And I'd like to say they're here tonight. They don't necessarily agree with me on everything. But a year later, they moved me and my family here to Southborough. When I graduate, I would like to be able to move back to Massachusetts. And I would love to have the opportunity, the chance, to move back here to Southborough. You don't need me to tell you that we're great. We have some of the best schools in Massachusetts, some of the healthiest people in America, and some of the most welcoming neighbors, I'd say, in the entire world. But our greatness cannot be kept without attention. We cannot rest on our laurels. The second worst problem a town can have might be too many people, but the worst problem a town can have is stagnation. This plan is good for Southborough. Every year for 100 years, we've grown as a community. This is not a jump, but a step in the right direction, a small step forward in the right direction. Southborough is not an island. We are surrounded by other communities who do so much for us. Just last week in the Community Advocate, you read that we can't support a grocery store in town. We have restaurants closing down. We rely on our neighboring communities to help us. And the way I see it, it's not just good for us. This is good for our neighbors and for Massachusetts. 74 other towns have approved a new zoning plan under this law, including our neighbors in Northborough and Westborough. Hopkinton, who voted down their plan by only 7 votes earlier this year, is coming back with another plan at a special town meeting in the coming months. A majority of Massachusetts voters support this law, 50% support to 31% opposed. Last I checked, that's more popular than the Patriots back when they were winning. And we've heard that this is not necessarily affordable housing, and that's technically correct, and that it's not deed restricted. But we have a housing shortage crisis here in Massachusetts. The governor and the state have estimated that the entire Commonwealth needs 200,000 new homes in the next 10 years to meet our goals. When you look at this plan, and realistically, we're seeing that it might potentially result in less than 150 new homes, it seems like a pretty good deal for us. I do not think it is worth relying on a legal landscape that does not exist, especially considering Southborough's history. 48 years ago, this town meeting created a different zoning bylaw to actually ban abortion clinics in the town of Southborough. When the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts shot that down, they told the town that they could not justify its own exclusionary rule. They wrote, "May a fundamental right be denied in Worcester County because it remains available in Suffolk or Barnstable. Such a preposition cannot be seriously maintained. The picture of one community attempting thus to throw off on others would not be a happy one." And this is going to be the same legal argument that is used in the case with Milton. And I fear if we are not in compliance would be used against us. We have the opportunity to do the right thing here. For students like me who want to move back to start a family here, for people, as we've heard, who could downsize in town, so that we can make a dent in a crisis that is facing America, that is facing Massachusetts, and indeed that is facing Southborough. I believe in this plan. I think there's no world without trade-offs, but of the trade-offs we could have done, I have to commend the planning board for, I think, giving us a good deal with what we had to work with. So I really hope you'll join me in supporting this article tonight, and thank you so much.
All right down here, microphone A.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Andrew Dennington, 10 Carolyn Terrace, and I'm the vice chair of the select board. I thought the planning board made an outstanding presentation, and I'm proud that the select board has unanimously voted to support Article 8 and support the hard work the planning board has done in putting together a proposal that complies with state law, but also balances it in a way that minimizes the immediate impact to Southborough. I'm just going to speak really briefly to the suggestion that what we need at this moment is a pause. I thought a key point in the planning board presentation was I thought I heard 45 meetings over 14 months. So this has been a long deliberative process. Selecting the location of the Corderville-Southville district is very complicated. It's too complicated to do in a town meeting like this. I don't think it's realistic that the state is going to agree to take the MBTA out of the MBTA Communities Act. In other words, totally abandon the requirement that a significant portion of it has to be around the train station. I think if we were to accept this idea of the pause, which would mean coming back here in December, the planning board would have to come forward with another map. Is that going to be a productive exercise? Realistically, what it probably would do is result in moving that district more to the west, where there's even more development challenges and more dense housing, and there'd be more abutters impacted. So at the end of the day, this has been a very deliberative process, and in terms of the big picture, a pause, I've racked my brain. I don't think that we have permitted any new multifamily housing in the last 10 years or so of the projects that have been built recently. They're permitted, I think, before then. So, we have study after study saying this is one of our #1 goals. We need to increase the diversity of housing. It's time that we walk the walk and talk the talk. So I hope that the hall will support Article 8. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to Mike D. in the back next. You guys down here are next.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Jim Waddell. I've lived at 21 Darlene Drive in town for 30 years with my wife, raising our 2 children. Regarding the MBTA Communities Act mandate, my comments are most specifically related to Solution 1B. First, I believe we should ask the questions, who will benefit from the proposed solutions, and how did we make sure the people most impacted were included in the process? So, Solution 1B consists of Parcel 52 and Parcel 8 along Southville Road. For the June 3rd mapping session, the town made efforts and set a precedent to specifically invite those people most impacted to these sessions. Since Solution 1B was not one of the 5 proposed solutions, and Parcel 8 was outside of the half-mile radius and was not even on the maps that were handed out, many of the people most impacted by this were not specifically invited to the mapping session. Understand the planning board did a lot of outreach, but this was something that was specific to them. Now, personally, I was at that mapping session, and I went around to each of the tables and was not able to see any of them that included Parcel 8 in what they selected. So, since the town set the precedent, and this did not happen for Solution 1B, I proposed an additional mapping session that all of the people that are specifically invited to, and I believe it's important for people to know the following as well. Parcel 52 and Parcel 8, along with another parcel on Southville Road, were purchased in April of 2023 for $7.5 million after the MBTA Communities Act was made law, but prior to Southborough proposing solutions to comply with the act. These 3 lots purchased, according to town records, have an appraised value of $1.1 million, so the purchaser paid $6.4 million above the appraised value for these 3 lots. So, as we vote tonight, I hope that you'll consider who will benefit from the proposed solutions, and did we make sure the people most impacted were directly included in the process. I believe we can do better, so I'll be voting no tonight unless I hear anything compelling in the opposite direction. Thank you.
Okay, whoever's next down here, Mike B.
Thank you. My name's Paul Desmond. I live at 5 Pinecone Lane. I'm a member of the Regional School Committee. I also previously served 3 terms on the Southborough School Committee, and I'm a member of SHOPC, which is the Southborough Housing Opportunity Partnership Committee. So I wanted to address a couple of points that relate to these 2 positions. First, I've read some concern that this law would result in inundating our schools with new students. So since 2011, when I first joined the Southborough School Committee, we've seen a reduction of about 300 students in our pre-K through 8 system. So the schools, as they currently exist, do have the capacity to absorb more students. For a little context, Madison Place, which I believe has a total of 168 units, we've got currently 44 students enrolled in the entire pre-K through 12 system, so that includes the high school. That's about 1/4 of a student per unit, or for every 4 units, 1 student. So yeah, any new development may mean adding new students to our system, but there's no reason to expect it'll be a number that we can't absorb pretty easily. And the influx would be spread over multiple grades, and it's not like these units are going to go up overnight, so there should be time to plan for whatever influx we do see. Secondly, related to my position on SHOPC, I've been on it for less than a year, but it didn't take long to learn about the extent of the housing crisis here in Massachusetts and the causes of it. One of which is restrictive zoning laws, which result in expensive homes being built on large lots, the kind that you see all over Southborough. Now, the average home price in Southborough right now is around $940,000 according to Zillow. It's a little bit less than Marnie found elsewhere, but I did see her number. I decided to go with the conservative one. So let's think about her theoretical couple. What was it, Craig and his wife? Wendy, yes. If they can somehow scrape up a 10% down payment, they could get a 30-year mortgage at 6% interest, which they're probably not going to get. It would mean a monthly payment of more than $5,000 in principal and interest alone. So that's not counting taxes and insurance. So that's $60,000 just in principal and interest. If you go by the rule of thumb that you shouldn't spend more than 30% of whatever you make on housing, that means you need to make more than $180,000 a year to afford that home. To me, that kind of expense makes Southborough the poster child for the state's affordability problem. Again, a little context, Madison Place, the rents there range from $25.50 a month to $36.25, and that's for a 1,500-foot townhouse. Now, I suspect those kind of prices would be more in line with what we'd see from these developments. They're not cheap, but it's an improvement over what we've got. So, from the way I see it, with respect to the housing crisis, it's really past time that we as a community come to grips with the fact that we are most certainly part of the problem here. And I encourage you to take this initial step toward being part of the solution and vote in favor of this article tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Same microphone.
Good evening. My name is Doug Manns. I'm at 3 Killam Farm Lane in Southborough, and speaking here first on behalf of SHOPC, but also as a resident. So I'm the chair of the SHOPC committee. Again, SHOPC committee voted 4-0 in favor, or unanimous in support of compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. And again, I'll just reiterate a couple of things, not to be repetitive, but we definitely lack diversity in housing stock in Southborough, right? We have very few townhomes, we have very few starter homes. And we don't have many places for our young generation to move in or for our older generation to pass houses down to their children. And so I think that's very important, right? So we are definitely in a housing crisis. The other thing we didn't talk much about tonight too is that many of our town employees cannot afford a home in Southborough, and they are part of our community, and we want them to be part of our community. And so that's another key reason why we need more housing diversity in our town. And again, this has been going on for a very long time, over 14 months. So there has been a lot of process on this, and we're never going to be a perfect process, but I really do commend the planning board for spending all the time and effort on this, which has been really important. So again, I do also support it. I encourage the town meeting to support it as well too. This is very important for us in the future of our town. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry, yeah, down here, and then we're coming up there.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry Road. I also am a member of the advisory, one of the ones against this bill. Interestingly enough, I live nowhere near where these zones are showing property. I have a completely different reason for not supporting this bill. Several, actually. There's 351 communities in Massachusetts. Only 177 are being required to take on this burden of the state. If this really is a problem with the state, the entire state should be taking on this burden, not just 177 communities. Of those 177 communities, one of my former speakers mentioned how many have passed or not passed. 73 have passed the law, 82 are pending, 6 postponed their vote, and 16 had said no. If you look up at the breakup, what people aren't telling you, the 16 that said no are small communities like ours, the ones who will be severely impacted and financially burdened by making this happen. Perhaps we do need housing. But this is not an affordable housing bill that everyone says. This will not bring our families back. This will not allow people to downsize. There's no limit on bedrooms. There is no limit on the number of occupancy in a unit. You could have 3 generations living in a unit, and there's nothing the state or we can say about it by this law. There's no age restrictions. This is not senior housing. If we want senior housing, which is something I think we really do need, then we should be doing our own work to put senior housing in. This law does not do that. I heard before that there's still site plan review. The law specifically says that there is site plan review, but it is incredibly limited, and you are not allowed to deny a project during site plan review. You can make minor modifications and little things they said, like in making it look like it's in the town, and that's very subjective. Other than that, you cannot stop the project going through. We've gotten here today, we have absolutely no studies done on what this will do to our traffic, what it will do to our schools. The gentleman before me said that, Madison's Place only produced 44 students. Well, Madison Place is 1 and 2 bedroom condos. This law is specifically designed to bring families into town. If you take the average of 2 kids, we will certainly increase our schools, which means more teachers, more staff, none of which the state will pay for. There has been no study on what it will do to our police, fire, or safety systems. There's a report later tonight, we're going to be voting if we have another lieutenant position. The report that said that you're not seeing tonight also said we need 6 more officers. One of the main reasons it asked for those 6 more officers, it specifically called out more usage, more places going to Madison Place. If one 200 unit brings more officers, how many more does this bring? None of this has been discussed or even thought about as we move forward with here. I keep hearing one of the handouts provided that more people bring more income to the town. More people does not mean more revenue. It's exactly the opposite. The more people that we bring into our town, the more it costs us in taxes. So even if you're for housing, and I am, this is not the law to bring the housing this town needs and what we need to be our future. I agree with the studies that we need things on Route 9, and I'm not alone. Alexander Whiteside, who is the chief counsel for the DHCD, which is the governing body of who mandates this, after 16 years before his retirement, wrote a memorandum saying inefficiencies and unenforceability of DHCD's compliance guideline for 48 Section 3. The MA Municipal Association, the MMLA, and New England Foundation, Legal Foundation have all chimed in and have joined on writing briefs for Milton. We are premature in this. We saw today this law that of all the things that we could be no longer eligible for. To be clear, the law specifically calls out 4 grants. 4 grants is all that's on the table right now that we would no longer be eligible for. No one's told us how much of those grants we actually use. It's minimal. We will far outweighed by the cost of this town if this goes through than what we actually get in grants. We should at minimum be waiting for the Milton case and let the state get its affairs in order legally so before we know anything more about where this is going to go. Thank you.
All right. Now we're at microphone D.
D, did you say, sir?
Yes. Sorry.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. First of all, I want to commend the planning board for taking on a miserable job and doing it in a way that seems to be as equitable as can be done. I mostly would urge us not to defer this at this point in time. We're just going to be back here in December with a gun to our head from the state, requiring us to do it. And if the planning board moves a little bit, some of this plan, there are going to be 20 people who are happy and 20 other people who are unhappy, and we're going to have to do something about this. Mr. Dennington's point before is absolutely correct. We're not going to get out of this. I make no claim that this law from the state is a good idea in its present form, or this is the way I would do it. It's not, but we are going to need to comply. The question is, do we want to do this over again with more chaos in December with an absolute requirement to do something? I think that it's pointless. If Milton goes, if the law case in Milton goes in Milton's favor, we can change it, but that's very unlikely. The state is going to force this. We need to make some choices. The planning board has done a job that is thankless, as well as I think can be done, and we should get it over with as opposed to trying to send ourselves back here with a plan that's 5% different and no more appealing to the large group than this one is. So I urge you to vote in favor of it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Same mic.
Hi, Betsy Poon. I live at 55 Wildwood Drive, so on the south side of town. I'm going to apologize up front. I am not educated about these issues. I haven't gone to any meetings, but I appreciate everybody's work. But I do have a couple questions. I'm not arguing for one side or the other, but is that okay to ask?
Yeah, ask me the question. We'll
Okay.
figure out who's going to answer it.
Okay, so my first question is, on any of the sites, is any of the property, like, is it eminent domain, or does the town own all these properties? So that if I vote for this, am I basically giving the town permission to take someone's land?
I can answer that. The answer is no.
No, okay. So no one's out of their house if we say yes.
Correct.
Okay. Second question is, I thought I heard in Marnie's presentation that only 10% of the units would be low-income housing. Is that correct? Affordable housing. Affordable housing. Okay. So, sorry, didn't mean to use the wrong word. So for affordable, 10% is the maximum?
Ms. Houlihan, you want to just quick speak to that? What's the 10% figure?
Yes, the 10% is the affordable requirement. And so the state did not mandate any level.
Yeah.
They said you could go up to 10. We were considering up to 25%, but it has to be economically feasible for the developer. So we just said, let's keep it at 10%.
So is the 10% per, I don't know, right, there's the 1A, the 1B, the 2, the 3, like, is that a cap for each one?
It's
Or
for
is it
whatever the
possible that-
developer comes in. So I think, yeah, the project. So if a project comes in part, I think it's I in the warrant article, in this, the article is the site plan review. Every site plan will have its own request. So if someone comes in with 20 units, 10% of those two have to be affordable. So it depends on what the project is that comes in to be able to determine, and then we would require 10% of whatever that project is. Once we do the front, you know, all the setbacks and requirements,
So I think where I'm going with my question, and I'm sorry, I'm still not clear, Marnie, is because these units that are on the south side, right, that are close to the MBTA, my sense is that, like, those will be more attractive maybe for those with not as much means, and therefore maybe more of those people in those units will be of that income level, and does that impact crime or issues like that in our part of town?
Let's stick to the 10% question, Marnie, can you...
Is that terrible to say? Sorry.
No, it's just a flat 10% by project, period.
Right, and
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's 80% of average median income. So it's, what you're thinking about is not the equivalent to the affordable housing that would be required, which is 80%
Okay, I apologize
of
to
the
the
AMI.
entire room if I've done something socially completely inappropriate. It's just, I know a lot of people I'm talking to are concerned about that. So I'm just going to take the hit for the room in case anybody else is wondering. Go for it. Okay.
But I think you have your answer. It's a max 10%, and there isn't any ability of any one parcel to take, there's going to be 40% on one and 0 on the other 3.
Right.
Okay, it's going to be 10.
Got it. Thank you. That's
Okay.
it.
Again at Mike D, and then we're... Hold on. Listen, trust me, I got a running list of letters, CBA, BDBA up here. And D, one more at D, and then we're coming to C twice, then B, then back at D.
I promise I'll make this quick. So Eric Glazer, 9 Skylar Drive. I've had the opportunity to meet the planning board over the past year and gotten to know them and appreciate the work that they've done on this issue, which then segues into my point, is I worked with them through the 40B process at 250 Turnpike, where I understand the residents' concerns about having a large building in their backyard. At one point in time, we were considering a risk of having a 4-story apartment building butting up against our property lines. And so what I would ask for folks in the room tonight is to say no tonight, give the folks who are affected time to work with the planning board to maybe come up with another option if they feel they're not being heard. Because I can completely empathize what it feels like to have your neighborhood turned upside down by something like this. And if there's risk of variances that can make the buildings outside of current setbacks, then I think that's a real consideration we need to be sympathetic to. And I don't believe it's a NIMBY issue, because I agree, we need more housing. It's just unfortunate that certain neighborhoods have to bear the burden of the town's housing allotment, this being one of them, as well as my own neighborhood, whereas the rest of the town is unaffected. So thank you very much.
So hold on. Before you leave the mic, I apologize if I missed it. Name and address, please.
Eric Glazer, 9 Scholar Drive.
All right, thank you. Microphone C.
Bonnie Van of 179 Middle Road. I guess I got fans back there, or it has to do with my age, and yes, I do want to downsize. However, on the surface, this sounds good, and it sounds convenient to get this done. I sent an email to the Board of Selectmen, the Advisory Board, the Planning Board, Mr. Purple, on June 7th, asking them to delay this until Milton is heard. Milton is going before the full court on October 7th at 9 a.m. So that's number one. A typical zoning overlay district, correct me if I'm wrong, requires a 2/3 vote. This requires a simple majority of this town hall. What else is concerning? I was on the Housing Authority for 7 years, on the Regional School Committee, on the Board of Selectmen, actually helped start and set up SHOPSI, and have been involved in every single affordable unit in this town. And when someone says nothing's been done for 10 years, I'm offended. Because there's a right of first refusal. When one of these units come up for sale, we repurchase it so that it can stay affordable for the residents of this town. Not all employees of this town qualify. We pay our employees quite well. Yes, there are some, but the asset level, including what they personally own as debt, disqualifies a lot of them. These units are not affordable. Somebody that's lived in this town for over 52 years, if I were to sell my home, my assets from my home would be depleted probably within the next 7 years. So I hope everyone in this room votes to not support this, have the planning board have another working forum, which I attended all of them, and they did make some changes in their presentation, and I thank them. But we have time, and there's no reason to rush this. So I'm hoping you vote no.
Okay. I've got one more at Mike C, then B, 2 at D, and I have one in the cafeteria. When we get to there, let's see where we are. Go right ahead back there, please.
Thank you. Ellen Maria, 1 Witherby Lane. I wanted to speak in support of this article for a few reasons, and I think it's important that we're clear on some of the facts that we've been talking about tonight. So first, in terms of noncompliance. Noncompliance on these zoning districts is the exception across the state and not the rule. This law applies to 177 communities because that's where the majority of people live. And so we have the responsibility to take care of our neighbors in Southborough and in our other towns. So as Mr. Rose said, we've had 74 communities out of 86 who vote to approve these districts. Of the others, at least half are coming back for another vote sometime this fall. And only a handful are choosing not to move ahead with that or are waiting for the outcome of the Milton Court decision. As Ms. Phantom said, that's going to be argued next Monday with a decision expected in December. We have a compliance deadline at the end of that month. That does not leave us enough time to go through another thoughtful process without shifting some of these lots around that still need to be within that same half mile. So with those half-mile lots are 2 industrial parcels. In those mapping sessions, people expressed the desire to not rezone historical properties, the more dense properties. These lots fit those criteria that we as a community set out at those mapping sessions. Town meetings and city council votes are scheduled over the next few months in over 50 cities and towns. If we're considering where the groundswell is on this issue, it is clearly among communities voting to support this law. And again, we also need to clearly understand the consequences of not complying. This is not trivial. These are not state threats. These are the real implications of making an avoidable decision to not follow the law. So far, 15 state grants are linked to compliance status with this law, with the potential of others to be at risk, including, as we've just heard, the town's $8 million library construction grant. So the notification of that grant has been delayed from October until December, while communities across the state work through this compliance process. We know for certain that noncompliance puts our one-stop grant application at peril that the Select Board and Planning Board are working on, focusing on commercial and mixed-use infrastructure along Route 9. Many of us understand that Route 9 is a key underutilized resource in town, and it's important to expand our commercial base to help balance our town's high residential tax burden. Any non-compliant MBTA community, the state has written, is ineligible for funding from the Housing Choice Grant Program, the Housing Works Infrastructure Program, and the Mass Works Infrastructure Program, and all other community one-stop for growth programs. So that is 4 named grants. The one-stop complies with numerous other grants. We'll take non-compliance with Section 3A into consideration when making grant award recommendations. Our own Economic Development Committee, including at their most recent meeting 2 weeks ago, has stressed that progress on Route 9 must come from grant money, which we would be putting at serious risk by choosing to not comply with this law. And again, as we've seen in Milton, we could be facing costs of lawsuits due to non-compliance, a highly questionable use of our town resources. And then a few other points I wanted to address in terms of traffic studies and school impacts. The planning board or anyone else in town cannot conduct studies on projects that don't exist. If projects are proposed in these zoning districts, the planning board can require a proponent to complete a traffic study or a school impact study, as well as consult with the police and fire departments to understand the public safety impact. These studies require information on unit mixes, numbers of bedrooms, building heights, and proposed traffic flow that do not exist when projects do not exist. These types of studies are not part of the zoning process, they're part of the development process. And if and when these sites are developed, the planning board will work with proponents to ensure that we as a town have all of our questions answered. One last point I wanted to make that gives more context to the public safety numbers that were mentioned in terms of the 6 new police officers. So those numbers are taken out of context, and we should focus on what our safety leaders are telling us that they need now. At last Monday's advisory committee meeting, Police Chief Newell discussed the department's, in his words, staffing crisis. The staffing study that was previously requested by advisory and completed last month by Municipal Resources Incorporated reported that, quote, the Southborough Police over the last 5 years have lost 8 experienced and valuable police officers to the Massachusetts State Police, Westboro, Milford, Ashland, and Hopedale Police. This is unacceptable and a non-sustainable situation for the town of Southborough and must be addressed, end quote. In a follow-up conversation with mysouthborough.com, Chief Newell said, quote, he acknowledged a retention problem with officers leaving for other communities. He stressed that this is a widespread problem with a small candidate pool. It has led to other towns paying a lot more and offering other perks through incentives like signing bonuses or better vacation policies.
Ma'am, I have to ask you to wrap it up.
Absolutely. To poach from other departments. Adding to Southborough's challenge is housing that is too expensive for many officers to live in. That means many commute through the communities that are now making these better offers, end quote. So for these reasons, I urge you all to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
All right. Microphone B. Ma'am, you've been waiting a long time.
Thank you. My name is Beth Conlon, 20 Pinecone Lane. I am a Southborough native. I was born at Framingham Union Hospital. I'm a graduate of Algonquin Regional High School. I remember when we started considering a commuter rail stop in Southborough, and that was met with a lot of fear and resistance and has become one of the best assets in the town. I moved away after college. I came back during lockdown to help take care of my parents and decided to stay. And right now I am sharing a home with my mother, and it is helping her to stay in the home she's lived in for 55 years. And frankly, it's helping me to save up money to try and possibly buy a home in Massachusetts at some point. I am a 13-year federal civil servant. I have 2 master's degrees. I make good money. In fact, I fall into the gap between affordable housing and what is actually affordable in Massachusetts. I have no kids. I am single. I don't even have a cat. And frankly, a condo or an apartment near the commuter rail would be an ideal place for me to move when the time comes that I am looking to move, but I don't see those types of housing and opportunities in Southborough. I don't know how I can stay in the place where I grew up. And frankly, I'm a little frustrated because I actually don't think the proposal on the table is going to have a lot of housing be built. I think that if anything, it's going to be minimal to no development, but I think it is a good first step. It is a good compromise, and that's why I am supporting this proposal, this article. Thank you very much.
All right. Just a fair warning here. I've got 2 people at D. I have someone in the cafeteria. After those 3, we're going to see what new might be out there to say. But let's go to microphone D.
Thank you. My name is Frank Tipton. I live at 1 Chestnut Hill Road. I am a spouse, a father. My husband and I have 2 kids, and I am a high school social studies teacher. I want to thank the planning board for their hard work. I am so grateful for all the volunteer work, just as I am thankful for the large turnout tonight, and I want to speak briefly in favor of this proposal. As many have said, we face a severe housing crisis in Massachusetts. People who grow up, who study in this Commonwealth are leaving, and they are taking with them their skills, their knowledge, and their love of our community and the communities around us. My eldest is training to be a carpenter. They love Southborough and they want to stay here. Right now, there seems to be little hope for that, thanks to decades of stagnation and housing growth, not just in Southborough, but across all of eastern Massachusetts. In my classes, I teach students about representative democracy and the public good. Town meetings are our opportunity to promote the public good. Town meetings in New England did not always serve that purpose, but there have been so many times in the last decades of opening, of growth, of solving problems. Thanks again to the planning board. I think we have arrived at a reasonable compromise. Growth comes with sacrifice, and we've heard about that this evening. But I also think that this is a public good, and that this town meeting should stand for this public good, which is, in fact, much larger than just us. In fact, we cannot consider our own affairs independent of the economy around us. Our economy in eastern Massachusetts is getting strangled by this housing shortage. The city of Boston has actually done its part. They have built, and built a lot. I believe that it's our turn to step up with other communities. I believe that we will thrive economically and as a home and as a community when we join our neighbors and vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, same microphone.
Me?
Microphone D.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Looking at the map a few minutes ago, I live just right outside of that zone. You can see my street, 210 Lane on it. So with this proposal, my family will probably be impacted a little bit more with traffic and a lot of the other issues than some others, but I still think we should vote yes on this. This talks about like the law's not right. The law wasn't written the best way for everyone. We can't change the law. Southborough can't change that. So we can either just vote yes, fight it, and maybe get a worse deal back from the state where they're not as lenient about how many units can be that close to the train station. So I'm concerned that if we don't do this, we can come back with a worse deal. And I'm not as prepared as the college student that was here earlier, but he said so really eloquently that Southborough can be on the right or the wrong side of history. Everybody's on the wrong side of history at some point, but this is a chance to kind of make sure that we're on the right side of it. And personally, I grew up in Milton. I mean, the only place I've lived longer than Milton is here, and Milton has a history of fighting things like this. They haven't always been on the right side of history. I'm not going to go much further on that one, but if we're saying wait for Milton, wait for Milton, wait for Milton, I grew up in both towns. Southborough is a much better town than Milton. And so, I came here, I heard about this. Andrew Dennington put in his Facebook post, like, why should we do this? And he put a very short sentence right up front. It's the right thing to do. And I think Southborough needs young families to help thrive and go into the future. So please, let's be Southborough, not Milton, and make this thing happen and vote yes.
All right. Sir, in the cafeteria, you're next. Can we get that? Oh, there he is. All right. Technology. Go ahead, sir. Microphone E. Hold on. We don't have audio. We don't have audio. Are you switched on your mic?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, good. There we go. Who have you got behind you there, sir?
He has very strong opinions on zoning. Would like to be heard.
Why don't you raise the mic stand a little bit? Raise the mic stand a little bit if you could. Okay, go right ahead.
How's it sound? All right. John Gibson, 119 Northborough Road. And unlike a lot of people, I live close to zoning district number 3, which is the one way on the north side of town that's actually mostly attached to Marlborough. And it's one of the larger industrial sites. It's actually, I think, more acreage than either of the sites down on the south side of town within that radius around the train station. And the other thing that I'd like to say is I've been living close to the boundary of Marlborough. If you don't happen to drive by there, they've built a couple really large apartment complexes there. I believe 2 different complexes over the past few years, each 235 units. And I also drive that way to get to work several times a week. And I haven't seen giant traffic jams or anything. There's been little impact from that. So I'm not worried about this new district going in, because I've kind of seen it firsthand where a large development is put in, and those definitely seem to be more than what would be available on this new lot. And it hasn't ruined my life. It hasn't screwed up all the traffic. It's been, a non-event. And so that's why that's one of the reasons I'd like to support this, because as a lot of people already said, 1.1 million for a house, that, prices so many people out. And before I lived here in Southborough, I attended college out in the Bay Area, and I was out there for several years, living in Silicon Valley, and I watched kind of firsthand what happens when the prices go through the roof for a whole region, and people just couldn't buy there. People who were engineers, people who were doctors, they would have to get a loan from their parents to be able to actually live in those communities, and it pushed everyone out. And it's, one of the few places when we moved here, we said, oh, the houses are such a deal. And it's, kind of crazy to think that. But, now we've kind of caught up, and we're pricing everyone out. And it's not good for the health of the state. It's not good for our economy. It's not really good for anyone. And, and so those are some of the reasons that I'm voting yes tonight on this, to try and make our town and our state more livable. And thank you.
Okay. So just housekeeping for a second. Mimi, what's up over there?
I have two things. I just wanted to speak to the variance issue that's been going on, and then I have an amendment.
Well, hold on that second thing. Let's get everybody who hasn't had a chance, let's at least process them. So folks, if you're at a mic right now, I think I have you, but it's like, where's Waldo out there with all the bodies and faces and whatever? Microphone D was going to be next. Sir, anything to add?
Yeah,
would you say?
Just a question. Dan Primack, 3A Powder Mill Lane, because I've heard two different things. If we were to pass this tonight and Milton were to actually win its case, which I appreciate is unlikely, but were they to win, can we make a change or can we not make a change? I've heard both things tonight.
Yeah, that's a fair question, and I've lost my town council behind me. I'm not sure. Jay? Oh. Jay, the question is, if Milton wins their case, what are the implications, if any?
You could change it. If your question is, could we go back and change it? This isn't fixed in stone. It's no different than any other zoning bylaw. This body could come back and amend it, revoke it, change it, do whatever it feels like it needed to.
All right, thank you. Microphone C, something new, different, exciting?
Something new. Mark Davis, 13 Schuyler Drive. I had the esteemed pleasure of being chairman of the planning board when we first did inclusionary zoning in town during the 1990s. I urge you to support this. We do not want to be in a position of non-compliance. But let me go through why I support it. I also had the esteemed pleasure of working for MBTA Real Estate 20 years ago, when transit-oriented development, high-density development, was being encouraged close to transit stations. Three of us were in charge of contacting all the towns within the district to encourage them to do rezoning and encourage them to consider projects at the MBTA stations. When I went down the Worcester branch, Newton already was working on a project. Wellesley didn't want to talk to me. Natick got a $50,000 grant to reuse a parking garage close to their station, which was falling apart. Framingham wasn't really ready to talk. Ashland received a $50,000 grant to put in transit-oriented development. And we ended up selling a parcel of land to them where the farmer's market is. That was former MBTA land, and eventually they're going to build housing on that. Westboro got a grant for $50,000, and we helped them put zoning in place. The motto at that time with the MBTA is we would not do a project at a railroad station unless the community was in support. I think the state realized that there was a lot of reluctance in the suburbs. I did have a good project up in Newburyport, and we had a number of suburbs that put the zoning in place. we ended up focusing on Boston. And I went through 8 years of public hearings just like this in all the neighborhoods of Boston. But the one thing lacking in this proposal, and this is what I'm going to urge that we repair it, is that we had a vision at each one of these sites. Forest Hills was rezoned. If you know the Forest Hills, there are all sorts of out parcels which were owned by the MBTA, and things are now being developed there. A mix of apartments, a mix of retail. Newburyport has put in a facility. And then I go back to Newton. Do yourself a favor, the next time you're near the Newton Wellesley Hospital, go to the Woodland Station on the Green Line. There is a 180-unit, 4-story complex which was built on the station parking lot. The deal was that the developer replaced the parking with a parking garage and then gave the parking garage to the MBTA, and in return, he got a 99-year lease on the land. For the MBTA, they got a brand-new parking garage with more capacity. He made the station handicapped accessible, and he has a very, very desirable apartment community. It's been open now for about 15 years. Woodland Station is the exact size of the station in Southborough. What I suggest, and I've heard things tonight about pausing, I suggest we do the difficult thing, that we pass this. But the next thing the town should do is request to the state that we pause its implementation. For 2 pieces of this. I agree with everyone, and I can defend it because I know the MBTA system very, very well. Southborough is a unique station. It is the only station that is rural along the Worcester branch, with the exception of Grafton, and we'll kind of leave them out of the picture. There are not many others. I worked with Rowley, I worked with some of the others, but we do have something to do. Now I urge you after this meeting, go Google picture of Corderville Mills and take a look at what was there in 1850 and what drove Corderville into being in existence. It was high-density manufacturing, and all the houses then made up that village. We have an opportunity, and here's the opportunity. Request that we pause once we pass this vote so that we have at least a year to do some planning and look at the MBTA station as an opportunity to place there a development and do the master plan on that development for affordable housing. Whenever you do work on an MBTA station, you need a minimum of 20%. I believe Woodland was 25% affordable. The parking garage can be placed at McCarthy Pool Building and relocate McCarthy's. And you could even go up and over the tracks, utilizing the land, the excess land that Fitzgerald's has, which, by the way, the MBTA wanted to purchase that when they built the station to begin with. I think what is missing in this whole process is we do not have a vision. We don't know what it looks like, and we're going to rely on the development community to give us that. And the planning board can influence that, but I think there's a lot more to it. And if we took a pause and really put the effort into doing a development plan and sitting with the MBTA and determining whether it's feasible, we could have a project there and put that land back on the tax rolls, which it isn't now. And just to give you a little insight.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask if you could please wrap it up.
Okay, so my suggestion is do what I think everyone doesn't want to do, but pass this darn thing. We can amend it. We can amend it next spring. We can amend it at a special town meeting in December. It's not set in stone, but I urge the town to consider looking at the station itself and utilizing that as our premier project. And it'll put Corderville back on the map where it should be, as it was 150 years ago. Thank you.
Say microphone C, something new. Sir, in the cafeteria, I do see you. You're in the queue. Microphone C, something new, different?
Hopefully something new. You can cut me off if it's not. Ted Gowdy, 14 Fiddleneck Lane. There are three factors which control what gets built on a certain parcel of property. This zoning article is obviously one of them. The other two are wetlands and septic system. If you look carefully at these properties' locations, they're all near wetlands or river locations. The south of the location everybody's concerned about is next to the river. The Blended Woods location is in a wetland. The other two are adjacent to wetlands. That will greatly reduce all of the project's developabilities. Septic systems are directly related to the number of bedrooms. The fear that a large number of units with a large number of bedrooms is going to be developed on these properties is simply impractical. These properties will never be developed to the high level of densities that are allowed by this bylaw. And so in my mind, once you understand the development constraints, I hope you'll realize that all the stated fears are much ado about nothing. And so for that reason, I believe we need to approve this bylaw. And if I may be so bold, can I move the question?
No. So, let me explain. Somebody could move the question, but not the speaker who's just finishing talking. We don't have any mic drops here. Microphone C.
John Clognesi, 4 Wentworth Drive. This seems like a very simple question. And I want to start off by saying I am in favor of reasonable development. We need more diverse development, but it has to be rational and appropriate for where we're placing it. What we're being asked to do here today is approve zoning for potential 80 to 100 unit facilities. I don't know which number is exactly correct. It really doesn't matter at that number, right? And I don't know how many people actually Googled what that type of building looks like. I know Freddie had it in her presentation earlier, but she skipped through it pretty quick. It's something the size of a city block that we're being asked to drop potentially into neighborhoods, into people's backyards, their front yards, their side yards, whatever you want to call it. That's insane. It's absurd. It makes no sense. I don't understand how people can look at this map and look at these unit sizes and look back at the map and figure out how large these buildings would be and come to a conclusion that this is a rational thing to do. We can't just fit it in there like we work at Gallo Video. It makes no sense. I'll explain that reference later for the young people. People talk about how it's just zoning, how this isn't going to necessarily be built, and that might be right, but rule number 1 in the book of zoning is you don't zone something you're uncomfortable being built. I repeat, rule number 1 in the book of zoning is you don't zone something you're uncomfortable being built. And to be clear, that's from my personal book of zoning that I wrote this morning, that only has one rule thus far, but it's a very, very good rule, and you can't argue that. Now, people are concerned about timing, but we have to deal with that. If it takes this meeting to bring this to a head, that we need a common sense revision to this that precludes us from dropping buildings the size of city blocks in residential neighborhoods, blocking out the sun from people like Freddie, we have to do that. James earlier gave an impassioned speech, and it's awesome to see young members of the community doing that. So I want to give him some props. He touched on, well, give him the props. He touched on privilege. I don't know if it was tonight or if it was one of your Facebook posts over the last couple of days, but he did it. And he hit the nail on the head. We are privileged, and we can acknowledge that. There's nothing wrong with looking in the mirror and understanding your own privilege. But with that, we are privileged that we can take the time to get this right. If we have to go out of compliance for a little bit and get this done the right way, we can afford to do that. Guys, we're about to approve $4 million for people to dig dirt out of a hole in an old farm. We can afford to suspend getting a couple bucks for a couple months. I'm not saying we don't do this. I'm saying we just do it the right way that's rational and reasonable and appropriate for the communities that we're putting it in. That's all I got to say.
All right.
Vote no, vote common sense.
Microphone A.
My name is Jason Mahalik. I live 12 Blendon Woods Drive. I'm here to talk about specifically, Parcel 1A, the District 1A. I'm going to be honest, I'm horrified. I'm awfully scared, and I really would like to think what that last speaker was saying. That would turn my family's house into something that is going to be right next to one of these city blocks dropped into a wetland where there is a stream in the backyard that is a tributary of the Sudbury River. And I happen to know that because I've gone back there, because that is also my backyard. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't prepare anything. I would like to thank the planning board. I am simply horrified. I found out about this yesterday. I understand that a lot of you have done a lot of good outreach. I am ashamed to say that I didn't receive any of that, and I would have loved to be at all of these planning committee meetings. So I'll keep it brief. I'm scared. I think everybody on my street on Blendon Woods Drive is scared, and we would just like a little bit more time. I don't know how many people on my street were notified of this beforehand. Considering I learned about this yesterday, I don't think many people were. So please vote no, just give it a little bit more time. And I tried to keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Something new at Mike D, please.
Hopefully. Emily Cavalier, 83 Main Street, and I also did not have anything planned, so bear with me, but I'll try to keep it brief. I wanted to share my perspective because I moved here this spring, because as unaffordable as housing is here, it was even less affordable where I lived previously in Milton, as my family. And
That's Southborough 2, Milton 0.
Yes. And so, yes, I get the privilege of going through this a second time. I'm very excited. But my family was growing. I welcomed a new daughter, and we needed more space. And we could not find anything in Milton. And again, like a previous speaker said, Milton has been on the wrong side of a lot of housing issues and really helped create the crisis that we're in. And I think Southborough can be better than that. During my time in Milton, I paid a lot of attention to what was going on in town. I was on the warrant committee, which I think, as I'm learning about Southborough, is the equivalent of the advisory committee here. And during that time, the strongest advice I ever heard from town council was related to this act. Often they would share kind of guidance, pros and cons, potential risks of different decisions. When it came to the MBTA Communities Act, their advice was pretty straightforward, that they believed if Milton did not comply, the state would sue and the state would win. Milton decided that they still wanted to go down that path. The week that they fell out of compliance, they lost a grant. That was the first of probably many. They're looking at building a new school that's much needed because they already have a really large school-age population. And from everything I've heard, they are even less likely than they were before to get any funding from the state for that project. And it was much needed. They have engaged outside counsel for this legal battle. And the advice that the town received from the beginning was that after all of this, they are not likely to win. So they will be in a position where the state will then be deciding how this law will play out in town, taking the control away from the town because they haven't been able to get it together. I was really excited to hear the planning board here bringing something forward because in Milton, the planning board did nothing. So again, another example of how Southborough is so much better than Milton. So with that, you know, they're spending a lot of money to fight this. They're losing money along the way. It's not once the lawsuit is decided that they'll start losing money. They lost money the week they did this, the week that they voted to go out of compliance, overturning a town meeting that did vote in the zoning. So they are losing money along the way. They are spending even more, and the outcome is likely to be exactly what they decided not to do. So I would just urge everyone to vote in support of this because I don't think we want to follow Milton's path. I think we can do better than that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. I'm going to go to Mike C, then we're coming to the cafeteria. And I'm going to ask the hall at that point if we want to continue the discussion. If you do, fine, it's up to you. Or if we want to just get from the folks at the mic, I'm for, I'm against, we could short circuit it a little bit. Maybe we'll hear at that point Ms. Littrell's amendment. But let's go to Mike C, please.
I'm Paul Carter. I live at 6 Hillside Avenue, and I spent a lot of time with the planning board trying to work through this MBTA housing thing. It's an imperfect law. They should have allowed phasing, all kinds of things. But anyway, this is what we got. But the planning board has done an excellent job. Each one of the members have worked very hard to come up with this proposal. And first off, I'll say what they did is they picked parcels on the north side of town that were already fully developed, so that instead of Southborough being responsible for providing 750 more units over 50 acres, only having to provide 150 more units over 10 acres. That's big, okay? 150 instead of 500, 10 instead of 50. The other thing is, I'd like to say that zoning density is a result of septic requirements. This is just going to say that these parcels can have 50 units on an acre. When you look at the septic system requirements, and I'm an engineer, there's no way you're going to get that many units. When you have, the requirement is 110 gallons per bedroom, okay? For a 15-unit, two-bedroom development, that means you got to be able to put 3,000 gallons of wastewater into the groundwater. You have to have sand for septic. These aren't going to, they're not going to be able to obtain 15 units per acre. In summary, the planning board has prepared a plan that responds to the housing initiative. It minimizes the impact on the town of any additional multifamily housing units and associated residents and their children. It minimizes the impact of the town. It doesn't address the affordable housing issue, but we can't. There's no way we could get that approved at town meeting. But there's no way that in a month or two, the planning board is going to be able to go through a process and come back to this town meeting by December with something different. They've done all the work. They've done the best they can.
Okay. All right. We're going to the cafeteria, microphone E. Sir, name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Jun Chi, 3 Presidential Drive. I'm here 11 years. I'm going to tell something new. So the MBT law is a joke. It's forcing 117 towns to build out a very, very bad company, very bad managed company, MBTA. This is a joke. So I don't know anyone ride a MBTA. I took the train. I try to avoid it, but I have to take it once a week. Okay, it costs $21 round trip. $6 parking is not affordable. Okay, it's not affordable. I drive my Prius, cost me like a 1.5 gallon, right? That's what $5, right? So this is a joke. Number 2, it's reliable. Like 2 weeks ago, okay, I took the train, it stopped, break down and back bay, okay? I get out, I run to South Station for a meeting, I'm sweating, okay? This is a bad company, okay? It is not profitable. Anyone knows how much money MBT makes in 2023? It lost $1.9 billion. How much the government can use this money, okay? The state government guaranteed the debt of MBTA. This is a joke, okay? In 2018, how much money this company made? It lost $1.88 billion, okay? I'm a CPA, okay? I like numbers, okay? okay? If you look at the ridership, in 2002, okay,
Sir.
MBT system,
Sir,
yeah,
I have a number. The number is 8. What do you think of Article 8?
so let me finish, 2 more minutes, okay? In
No,
2002,
sir, I need you on topic here,
okay?
all right?
What I mean here, right, the state government forced us to build out a poorly filled company. We should say no to that. This is not about affordable housing. The whole country needs more house, okay? This is about the state government interfere our lives, okay? Southborough is a crown jewel on Route 9.
Who's got the point of
We cannot allow
order?
the city government
Rise,
to
please.
interfere
Name and
our own
address.
lives.
Sir, hold on a second, please.
With the militant, say no to the state government. This is wrong. Done.
All right. Okay, at this point, I'm just going to take the temperature of the hall. Do we want to continue?
I have a
Well,
quick
hold on. If we want to continue to hear folks at the mic, please raise your hand.
I have a question.
If we are looking like we'd like to wrap it up, please raise your hand. I'm going to give the folks at the mic a chance to just come to the mic and say you're for, you're against, or you have a question. Just those words, please. Let's just start at each mic and go through. Start over at Mike C.
Hi, Amy Rosenberg, 8 Kidder Lane. I'm in support of this.
Okay, thank you.
Kate Haranis, 9 Overlook Drive, and my apparently very scary 3-generational family in one unit is also in support of this.
All right, thank you. Mike C.
Catherine Rose, 2 Bantry Road, and I propose we move the question, sir.
All right.
I have a question.
All right, hold on. Motion's been made and seconded to move the question. It requires a 2/3 vote because it cuts off all debate. It says we're done talking, we're even done asking people at the mic whether for or against.
It's a simple question.
Is there a question on the motion to move the question? And who's asking?
Me.
Who?
I have a question.
I'm sorry, I still don't know who's asking me. Okay. Yeah, okay, yes, quickly, what's your question?
My question is, can we have a roll call vote from advisory? There were 3 people that voted against this. We've heard from 1. I'd like
Yeah.
to know who the other 2 people are and a short brief on why they opposed it.
Yeah, let's have a name and address before on the question.
Patricia Burns, Fiore, 10 Winter
All right,
Street.
we will get that before we do anything else, and then we'll deal with the motion to move the question.
Thank you.
Advisory, who's for, who's against?
All that were for was us 4 here, and against was those 3 there.
Okay.
And Patty, did you want to know the against or the for or both?
I would just like a brief from the 2 additional against that have not spoken about why they are against.
All right, normally I wouldn't allow this, but because, listen, advisory committee works for you. Hold on. Let's hear it very briefly, and then we're going to deal with the motion to move the question.
Okay, thank you, Patty. There's a lot that could be said, and I want to just mention I support the planning board. I know all the work they've done. But if you really want housing to be built in Southborough, realize that your yes vote tonight is for 5 parcels, and only one of those really has any potential for building.
All right, thank you.
And my reason was exactly the same, that districts 2 and 3 are apparently really not able to be built on right now, which means you're just talking about District 1. And with the wetland issues in the river, the person who talked about the septic issues, that's probably not going to get to its potential. So I just don't see the problem of housing being solved by this.
All right, thank you. All right. Motion's been made to move the question. It's been seconded. It cuts off all debate. We move immediately to a vote on the main motion. Any question or comment about, any question, I should say. We don't debate that motion. Any question about what this motion does? All right. All those in favor of the motion to move the question, please raise your hands. And I'm looking in the cafeteria also. All right. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. That means we go immediately to a vote on Article 8. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 8, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion fails. I will. The only way we recount that vote is if 7 of you ask me to recount it. So please, I see 3, how many? I see, no. Hold on. I need 7 people who are willing to stand up and ask for a recount. All right. Jay, do I need to do a teller count at this point? You do. All right. Let's have the tellers please come forward, and let's have everybody keep their seats. By the way, while we go through this process, I can almost guarantee the entire rest of this meeting will not take as much time as this. So I do invite you to participate in all of that. It'll be fun.
Point of order. Point of order, please.
Yes, what's your point of order?
I hope this is a correct use of the point of order.
I'll let you know.
I'm wondering, we were able to hear from the 3 members of advisory who voted no without an opportunity to hear from the 4 members who voted yes.
No, I think we heard from the 3 who voted no.
Right, but... Right, and
Yeah,
there was
look,
a 20-minute presentation from the planning board. There were 4 people on it.
okay,
Excuse me?
it's not an
Sir, we
appropriate point of
listened
order.
to your comments.
Yeah, there's no debate on the motion to move the question.
That's fine. I thank you for letting me ask.
That's okay. All right, as you can imagine, this will take a little time, but we want to get it right, of course. So please be patient. Okay, folks, let's make this as efficient as possible, please. Any voter who's standing in the back and planning to vote, come forward, find a seat. For this count, we need you to be in a seat. All right? We're going to have sets of 2 tellers in each section counting, so there'll be a redundancy of what they count. You all have a green wristband. When I call for all in favor, stand up, show your wristband, and stay standing until I release you and we do all opposed. So, Jim, are we ready? All right. All in favor, be in a seat. All in favor, stand up, hold up your wristband. Tellers, have at it. All right, for all the folks who are standing can sit. All opposed to Article 8, please stand, show your wristband. It's not close, Jay. And it's funny, you know, the comments, the people at the lake ran about 70-30 in favor. Let's keep it track.
Because people that, they know it's not,
Listen,
particularly palatable to seem like you're anti.
before your time, I was on the committee, and we did medical marijuana. That same exact thing happened. We thought we had a county lit, quickly tied, got shot down.
Really, just
Yes. Oh, do you want to cast a vote on this? No. Okay. Here are the names of the people that are the tellers. And they've all been sworn.
Okay.
And these last two.
I wouldn't have allowed that one, but what are you going to do?
Which one?
Andrea Hamilton.
Oh, she and the other guy in the other room. They're the other one. They did a nice job in there, actually.
Yeah. Here, Jim, let me just. Oop.
Okay, everybody can sit down. We'll have a double verified result in a second here.
Okay, folks. Tellers have done their work to the best of their ability. There's voodoo in the room. I have 281 yay and 273 no. Okay, motion passes. Article 9. No, we don't recount the standing count. We don't recount. Article 9, Mr. Hamilton.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 9 as printed in the warrant. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Moderator, I move that Article 9 is printed in the warrant. And I ask leave of the hall to have the chiefs join me.
Let's get a second first, Mr. Hamilton. Okay, I see a second.
And I ask leave of the hall to have the chiefs join me.
Yes. Why don't we, Mr. Hamilton, why don't we wait a minute?
Okay with me.
Folks, if you're leaving, I ask you to do it quickly and quietly, please. Let's be courteous to those who are staying. Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, do you want to come down front in the middle, front center?
Right here?
Yes.
Actually, I need my clicker.
Jay's got that.
All right. And you want to pull up the presentation? There we go. All right. Now let me make sure I know how to use this. Yep.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, explain what you're doing, what you're here to talk about.
All right. Thank you. Hi. I'm here now to talk about an advisory article relative to the Regional Emergency Communication Center.
Yeah, just to remind the folks in the room, the Regional Emergency Communication Center, the REC, the regional dispatch, a lot of folks call it. It's been the subject of prior town meetings. The select board was tasked with doing a little more homework, for lack of a better phrase, and coming back and reporting to you. And I believe, Mr. Hamilton, that's what you're about to do.
That's
so
correct.
In that regard, Article 9 is advisory, but let's hear it.
Okay. So basically, a REC is a regional entity like other regional entities that we belong to, where we pool our resources with other communities for the sake of achieving economies of scale and performance improvements. RECs are common in the United States. We are, quite frankly, laggards in this area. The technology for RECs is mature. This is an example of a REC. This is the Holbrook REC. It serves about 150,000 people in eastern Massachusetts. RECs are common in the Commonwealth, mostly in the western part of the state and also on the Cape. One of the things to note is that in the greater Boston area, 27 communities have joined RECs in the last 10 years. So should Southborough have a REC? Over the last 15 months, a team, which consists of the two chiefs, myself, Mr. Stivers, and the town administrator have been conducting an extensive due diligence campaign. We polled the police chiefs in the state, and we got a very interesting answer. Approximately 85% of the chiefs whose communities are part of RECs are satisfied with their 80% said they would join again. Only 5%, one chief, said that they would not join again. So this is pretty solid evidence of support. The reasons for joining a REC are varied, but a couple of them that came out were difficulty in hiring dispatchers, cost savings, single dispatcher risk, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, equipment upgrades and quality improvements. When we met with the fire chiefs, it's important to remember that our fire and ambulance systems are already regional through our mutual aid network. And they drove home the real value proposition that there's tremendous leverage of having a significant overlap with your mutual aid network and your regional dispatch network, that there is a tremendous ability to then improve performance in terms of faster and more effective responses. We polled the RECs that were in the greater Boston area, and we got some interesting answers. Basically, on their busy shifts, they have about one dispatcher per 10,000 people. Interestingly enough, the town of Southborough is about 10,450 people. When we looked at the economics in fiscal 24, when we had one dispatcher on staff, we had a cost structure that was very similar to that of the RECs. When we added two other dispatchers, we ended up with about $78, which was significantly higher than the REC cost structures. And if we were to go to two full-time dispatchers, we would be nearly twice the cost of RECs in terms of cost structure. So the answer is, why are we considering joining a REC? And you'd like to think it's about money, but it's not. It's really about improving public safety. What we've done, and what we have to understand is that even when we've added the two dispatchers, we will still have a single dispatcher on duty much of the time. And a single dispatcher system is not safe. Both town meetings and the select board have recognized this, and we've discussed this over the course of multiple years. Also, just like other communities, we are struggling to hire dispatchers, and we have openings for dispatchers now, even though we've had new positions that have been funded since the beginning of July. Another item that has been brought up is the dark station. And the dark station is a bit of a misnomer. The truth is that if someone shows up at our police station or our public safety building with a crisis, the response, whether we are part of a REC or have our own dispatch, is really pretty much the same. In one case, you're dealing with a dispatcher behind a glass window who will not come out. He or she will perform her duty and summon the required resources to deal with the crisis, or you'll be dealing with a dispatcher on a screen who will do exactly the same thing, summoning the resources required to address your needs. REC dispatchers, just like the dispatchers behind the glass, have the ability to lock and unlock doors, which can provide a measure of security for somebody walking into the public safety building at an off hour. There are some risks associated with joining a REC, and we should recognize them. It's a startup, and any startup has potential challenges. But we think that those challenges can be managed. The operating procedures are mature. Again, we're late adopters. The technology is mature. There are some financial benefits to doing this. A big one is that for the first 3 to 5 years, the state will pick up our operating costs. For us, that's worth about $3 million. In the long run, we can expect some other subsidies, but we have to be prepared to pay our fair share. We think that the cost will be no worse than operating a single dispatcher system at the way we do it currently. Finally, another risk point is that RECs need to grow. They really need to get to about 100,000 people to really achieve the sort of cost savings and economies of scale that are available. So our recommendation is that we apply for membership to the Westboro-based Metro West REC. We think this is the best opportunity to integrate with our mutual aid network, and we would have about 50,000 people covered, which is, I think, a good place to start, and we have a number of neighboring communities which we think would join over the course of time. The other recommendation that we would make is that for the first year, we would continue to staff our public safety building 24/7 until we understand exactly how the REC is operating and what the usage patterns are before we make additional changes. This decision is being made, and this recommendation is being made on the basis of public safety. It is not primarily being driven by the desire to save money. There may be some cost savings, there may not, but we think that this is the best way to improve our public safety outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Any comment or question regarding Article 9?
Mr. Moderator?
Could we ask?
I'm going to go to that mic. I didn't see you, Kathy. Go ahead. Microphone C.
D. Microphone D. Yes.
You're right.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. Basically about a year and a half ago in the April 23 town meeting, I had gotten involved in this more to a greater degree than I wanted to, and have continued to be involved working with the select board members on this question. And I will summarize what I'm going to say, or the conclusions, by saying that were I on the select board, I would not vote in favor of this. So I have difficulty with the wording here to recommend to them that they do this. On the other hand, I think, I'm not going to make any recommendation to you as to how you vote on this. It's a difficult question. I would note a few things, however. I think that generally the arguments, what's going on here is that there's sort of a river flowing in the state towards this, and it's hard to resist it. I don't think that the benefits, that the structure and the path that the state is on or are doing this really is going to make sense in the long run. But it's a complicated question. I would point out a few things that are reasons for my reservations about this, which are scattered around. First of all, a year and a half ago, this proposal, a contract had been signed by our select board, but it was revocable until June. So in April town meeting, or March of 23, this body voted to recommend that the select board withdraw from that contract under the terms that permitted withdrawal until June. And the two main reasons why the vote here at this town meeting was to recommend withdrawal was one that was uncovered by Mrs. Faniff, that the site that had been selected and that was written into the contract was a Superfund site that had been authorized not for residential use, and it seemed imprudent to plan to put a 24/7 operation on a site that the EPA wouldn't allow for residential use. The upshot of that was that about 9 months later, the select board, at the request of town meeting, did withdraw from the contract, leaving Grafton and Westborough in the agreement. In about 9 months later, someone from the towns and the state DEP went out to the site, the former Superfund site, and found it was noxious odors, didn't know how to deal with it or remediate it, and the site was abandoned as the location. So the first reservation that I have about recommending to the board that they enter into this startup operation with Westborough is the bad judgment already exhibited. About a third of these wrecks fail in attempting to start. About a third of them end up in a sort of middle ground of neither failing nor being particularly good. And about a third of them succeed to be quite good.
Mr. Butler, I have you right up against your time. Do you want to?
Yeah, that's fine. I guess my number one reservation about this, to summarize that point, is that this group in Westborough that's getting this forward, got up to bat and made a horrible initial decision, is not a group that I would back. I wouldn't want to invest in that team at this point. They don't have a rec, so it's not working yet. I wouldn't go there. I would go to one that's already working. I guess the only last thing I'll say, and then I'll wrap up, Mr. Moderator, is that the economics of these are not attractive. I commend Mr. Hamilton for saying that that's not the main reason for doing it. There's abundant evidence that these are not going to save money in the long term. But those are my reasons for not really being in favor of it. But on the other hand, I think there is certainly a big trend going in that direction. You could do anything you want. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone A.
Kathy Cook, Chair of the Select Board, 11 Greystone Way. I asked for the hall to allow Chief Puntini and Chief Newell to speak. Neither one live in Southborough, so the hall has to approve hearing from them.
Well, do they have something they want to say? I mean,
They do. They do.
All right, we're gonna hear from everybody else first. We'll come to them. I'm gonna let the voters at the mics have the first chance. Microphone B.
Matt Probst, 31 Woodland Road. It says advisory committee would be at town meeting. I'd love to hear from advisory.
Advisory voted at the beginning of the meeting. What were we? Oh, this is rec. Yeah, we voted unanimously for this one, in favor.
Advisory supports unanimously. All right, back to D.
Yeah, Tom Gittens, 73 Flag Road. I just really have two questions. My first question is, what's the governance body that runs this thing? And then my second question is, who gets to decide how much we have to pay year after year after year as this thing grows on its own?
I'm going to ask Mr. Hamilton if he wants to tackle those.
Sure. The first one is that the governance is a bit TBD. In other words, there has to be an intermunicipal agreement, and that intermunicipal agreement, which is the province of the select board, needs to be negotiated. However, the tentative understanding is that each community would have one member in its executive board, as well as operating boards that would consist of the chiefs from each community. So that tentatively, the entities would be the town administrators or town managers of each town would be the executive board. They, of course, all report to their respective select boards. As far as who pays, that again is a matter of that needs to be ironed out in the intermunicipal agreement. Right now, it would be an assessment based on population and usage, and that assessment would be made to each town. And I've been quite vociferous in terms of my wanting to make sure that town meeting has a vote on this. However, it is a matter that is under negotiation. And Mr. Stivers and I met with the chair of the select board in Westboro and made our feelings clear on that front. I hope that answers your question.
All right, microphone A.
Blair Sutherland, 139 Parkerville Road. I want to just take a minute or two and thank the Select Board for putting the time in to continue looking at this issue. I'm going to take just a moment to qualify myself to speak on the subject. I'm retired from the state police, where I was the telecommunications director and commanded the communications section for 20 years. And prior to that, I served with the state 911 board for 6 years. So I have a lot of background in 911 and regional communications. I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge the dispatchers statewide and certainly here in Southborough. They are our first responders. They're the voice of training and compassion that makes such a difference. And whether the dispatchers are dispatching at a local level, whether they're at a rec or whether they are in the big city, it's a tremendously difficult job, and I applaud them with, as vigorously as I can. So I just want to say, in my time in the field, I've seen a lot of successful recs come about. It takes a tremendous amount of planning. It takes a tremendous amount of governance. And given the fact that Westboro had a bit of a stunted start, I don't think that that should necessarily eliminate them from this discussion. The Select Board has gone above and beyond in some of the meetings I've attended and some of the conversations I've had to ensure that they've looked at some of those pitfalls, and with continued attention to detail, with continued attention to what's important, I think there's every reason to believe that a rec with Westboro and Grafton, and with Southborough perhaps being the next one, is really important. And something that Mr. Hamilton mentioned earlier, being in on the ground floor of a rec, I think is really important, especially for a community that wants to wade into the water and not necessarily get dragged in. When you are part of the ground floor of a rec, you have the opportunity to influence policy. You have the opportunity to have a seat at the original table, and I think that's really important for the town to feel like they are being represented and are feeling comfortable about it. The other thing I just want to talk about is the real benefit of having participation in a rec is not, as has been said, it's not really about the money. Certainly, the state 911 department has grants, and the grants will get us through the first couple of years, and there's a lot to think about when you do these kind of projects. It's not just staff, it's just not just 911, there's policy, there's radio systems, there's computer-aided dispatch. A lot goes into this. All of that said, I've seen very successful, and as a matter of fact, been part of some very successful regional communication centers being established. So I've seen it happen. I've seen it be really successful. The other piece that's really important.
I'm going to have you wrap it on that. No, go ahead. The other piece.
Yes, sir. The other piece that's really important is the notion of being able to ensure that when you're in a rec, that the communities are sharing information together. They're in one spot. That situational awareness that is such a big part of public safety, especially these days, is much more easily achieved when you're in a rec. Thank you very much.
All right. So we're going to go to D and then C, and then I see you in the cafeteria. You'll be third. And then if people have questions for the chiefs, they're available. Go ahead, Mike D.
Okay, Robert Flynn, 48 Wildwood Drive. First, I have a question. Is this proposal to still be on the Superfund site?
No.
Where is it going to be?
There's a old school building in the center of Westboro. It's right next to the fire station. Okay. And that's the facility. It's a building that was built about 1890. They're currently engaged with architects to work out the initial plans for the building.
Okay, so my second question is, why didn't we consider the new $42 million fire station we have to be this location?
It's not large enough. It's as simple as that. The space that we have for our dispatchers would house 3, maybe 4 dispatchers. The rec is going to be looking at, if you saw the picture I put up of the Holbrook rec, that has space for about a dozen. It's about a 5,000 square foot facility, and that's about what they're looking at in Westboro.
So for 3 towns, how many people would be on a shift?
If you use the 1 to 10,000 during the busiest time, there would be 4 people. But I think, the rec has to plan for growth. There are other towns that are interested, and we would certainly expect that the rec would ultimately be growing into that 100,000 covered population.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Faniff?
Bonnie Faniff, 179 Middle Road. I'm not going to hold up this meeting. I did bring up the Superfund site. This is not the site. I'm not going to speak against joining Westboro, but I think there are several questions that need to be answered this evening for some level of comfort for myself, and not to me directly, but maybe when the police chief and the fire chief speak, I'll be comfortable with that. One is there was to be an agreement with the Dell Tower. Has that happened? Because that's a necessary part of the communication needed for this environment. Secondly, we're talking about a dark station. I don't know if I'd necessarily use that term. What about juvenile arrest? I would hate to see them have to go to Boylston, such as Grafton and Westboro has been talking about. So we need to know as a community, if there is a juvenile arrest, who will be at the fire station to take care of that? I hope it's not an officer off the street and we have a matron again. The third question is, since Westboro is a host community, the building is theirs. It's like a triple net lease on basically a commercial building. Who has control over the future expenses of that building? Is that Westboro or is that the town of Southborough? I'll wait to hear from those answers. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Faniff, can you stay there? Let's have those one at a time. So the first question was about, I heard radio tower, I didn't quite catch all of it. Go ahead.
My understanding, the Board of Selectmen was going to have discussion in 2023 with Dell as far as having an agreement to use the radio tower located at the Dell property. Has that happened?
I believe Ms. Cook is probably the proper person to answer that question.
We have a tentative agreement with American Tower, which is the manager of that tower, so we expect that to be executed shortly.
All right, we'll follow up to that. If that's not executed, I strongly suggest that you come back to this town and tell this community how we're going to communicate, because that is an asset for all three communities. The second question was, I already forgot, sorry, I'm a senior. The juvenile arrest. You're talking dock station. I hope there's somebody in the station, whether it be a matron d', and not a police officer off the street, since we're shorthanded.
All right, Chief Newell.
So we don't hold juveniles anymore.
You got,
We used to-
what, how about you, let's spin that mic, you could face the folks. And it's not picking you up very well, so let's.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay. We don't hold juveniles anymore. You still can't hear me?
Yep.
Okay, okay.
Just stay down or tip it up.
All right. There we go. Okay.
Where do they go?
So the juvenile probation officer is called, and the arrangements are made at the station, and then they're released. And that's how it goes.
And if someone's 18 to 21, where would that person go?
So
Same?
right now, there's, because of the reform bill, they just passed a bail reform bill that there's no longer bail anymore. I don't know, a lot of people aren't aware of that, but.
There's no longer bail?
Yeah, there's no longer like a bail, so they come in, they get processed, and then they go.
Okay. And the third question was, Westboro being the hosting community, the building is theirs, and future capital cost.
Who takes care of the building?
Who decides what the capital costs are and the burden to Southborough?
The capital costs would be outlined in the intermunicipal agreement in terms of the capital costs. So they are applying for grants, and frankly, if they don't, so this entire endeavor is largely funded from taxes that you pay on your cell phone. And basically, every month you're paying a small tax, and those taxes are used to defray the costs of our 911 system. And so Westboro has received $4 million in as an initial grant and is expecting to get something on the order of an additional $12 million to build out the rec. And the status of the building and who owns the building, I think, is something that we will have to outline in the intermunicipal agreement.
All right, as a closing then, Westboro is a good partner for Southborough. It's close. They've always been a good partner. So I'm not going to disagree with anything that the police chiefs agree on as far as the relationship of the town. I just think it's in the best interest of this town to know how many communities can actually go into that small schoolhouse. Thank you.
The answer is that, because we met with the rec about 2 weeks ago, and they believe that they could support somewhere between 5 and 7 communities.
All right, thank you. In the cafeteria, please, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, Lisa Jarankaitis, 3 Johnson Road. I have just a quick question. I apologize if this was in the slides. I think I've hit town meeting fatigue. My question is simply, what happens to our current dispatchers if we enter into a regionalization? Are people going to lose their jobs, or will they be folded into this new center? Thank you.
The answer is that if we join early on, then our dispatchers would be given a priority opportunities to join the rec, but it is a independent entity, and so that independent entity would be making its own hiring decisions. But the reality is dispatchers are hard to hire, and so if you've got a trained dispatcher who already knows the community, that makes them a very valuable asset to a rec.
All right. Ms. Cook, are you here at the mic independently of what you've already said?
Yes.
All right, go right ahead. Well, you answered a couple questions. I wasn't sure if you were just hanging out.
Chief Puttini, Chief Newell, could you please tell the hall what your opinion is on Southborough joining a rec?
All right, hold on. I assume the hall is okay with hearing what the chiefs think of this, right? Yes? All right, you guys decide who goes first.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. Andrew Puntini, your fire chief. I'm in full support of joining the Westboro Rec. I can elaborate further if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, lower this a little. I'm not as tall as Chief Newell. So currently, Southborough staffed with one dispatcher, occasionally two. That dispatcher is tasked with receiving a 911 call, having to give pre-arrival instructions for police, fire, EMS, while trying to dispatch our resources. And in a larger event, such as a severe motor vehicle accident or a building fire, also call mutual aid resources. That's easily the job of 2+ people to be done efficiently. We're just currently not able to have that depth of coverage, even today, in Southborough. And the logical solution into that is joining a rec like Westboro. I'm in full support of it, especially when it involves our mutual aid partners. It's only going to enhance our response. It's only going to enhance public safety in the town. I did it. So shortly after I started, I did do a brief study in some of our mutual aid responses into town. 2022 was a pretty busy year for the fire department in regards of true structure fires, where there were 4 to 5 in that 1 year window. We were seeing a delay of anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes from even being able to call out to our mutual aid partners. And that's a no negative comment to the dispatchers themselves. They're busy, they're inundated, and they're borderline overwhelmed in those situations. So in emergency scenes where seconds count, we have minutes to make up right now. We cannot possibly handle one of these larger incidents without calling at least 3 of our mutual aid partners right out of the gate. So by joining a rec where the dispatcher has the ability to dispatch all of those resources, under one roof, it's only going to enhance our response capability to the town of Southborough.
Thank you. Chief Newell?
Yes, so I kind of got into a car that was already moving when I became chief. And the whole process had begun, and I really hadn't had a chance to really research it and find out a lot about it. I did sit in on meetings, and then it got to the point where I started to look around and I saw that a lot of area departments are joining recs. A quick list: Westboro, Grafton, Framingham, Natick, Hudson, Marlborough, Holliston, Wayland, they're all joining. So at this point, I don't want Southborough to be left behind. I feel like if our dispatchers go there, who I care a great deal about, they fall into my department, they have more of a chance of being a part of a startup. They have more of a chance of being in a job that's going to pay them very well, with the chances of promotions within the system itself. And I think overall, it's just going to give us that coverage that we need for this town. I'm still trying to fill the 2 positions that we were able to get on a citizen's petition from last town meeting. And I've only filled 1 of them. The second one, we gave a conditional offer to somebody at the end of last week, and he called the next day and said that he was going to take another job. So I'm trying to fill these jobs. We can't fill them. This is a type of situation when, if they're a part of a rec, there's more of an incentive to stay because there's promotions, there's better pay, and overall, I feel like it's the best choice for this department at this time because it's part of the startup, and we would have a say in the government over at the rec and being a part of the decision-making and the quality control at that point. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see no other comments or questions at the microphones. This requires a majority vote. Again, it's an advisory article. It recommends that the select board follow what's in the warrant, but of course, ultimately, it's their decision. All in favor of Article 9, please raise your hands. All opposed? I'll say it, motion carries. Article 10, appointments to CPC. Mr. Smith, I'm going to have you put your motion on the floor, speak to it. I'm going to ask Select Board and Advisory to give a recommendation, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Does it receive a second? All right, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Just make sure I can work this. All right. Good evening. My name is Ben Smith. I'm the chair of the Southborough Community Preservation Committee, presenting this article this evening on behalf of the committee. The committee has unanimously supported this article, with every one of our members having helped collect the over 100 signatures to put this article in the special town meeting warrant. The Community Preservation Act allows a municipality to create a community preservation trust fund to pay for projects related to historical preservation, open space, affordable housing, and recreation. In Southborough, this has created projects like the preservation of Chestnut Hill Farm, the Fayville Playground and Basketball Court, the Burroughs Loop Trail, library restoration, the Townhouse Historical Preservation, and many, many others. The independence of the Community Preservation Committee is crucial to this process. There's a natural tendency of those involved in administering the town's annual budget to look to the CPA Trust Fund to try to plug budget holes rather than keep CPA funds reserved for projects that help make Southborough such a special place. Our town's bylaw says that the select board shall appoint 7 members as designated by 7 different boards, committees, and commissions, as well as 2 at-large members. For many years, this was understood to mean that the contributing town bodies made the decision which of their members to appoint to CPC. Recently, the select board has reinterpreted that phrase, shall appoint, to mean that they also have the authority to deny an appointment to an individual designated by his or her town body. This interpretation does not align with the enabling legislation, MGL Chapter 44B, also known as the Community Preservation Act. Twice now, the Select Board has denied appointment to 2 such volunteers. First, Dorianne Jasinski was designated by Shopsy to sit on CPC. Dorianne has been an active, committed volunteer for over 30 years and was at the time the chair of Shopsy. Next, then CPC member Kristen Laval was a current CPC member whose term was expiring. Kristen is known throughout town as an energetic, hardworking volunteer and was the designee of the Recreation Commission and a valued member of CPC. The Select Board denied these 2 women CPC seats that their town bodies designated them for. We believe on CPC that those who know our volunteers the best should be the ones doing the appointing. For instance, the Recreation Commission knows best which of their members to appoint to CPC. Somebody they've worked with week in and week out, whose work ethic and record of success make them the best possible appointee. This strikes at the heart of the independence of the CPC. To protect our independence, we've launched the Citizens Petition warrant article to change the wording of our town's bylaw to ensure that volunteers chosen to sit on CPC are chosen by those most qualified to make that decision. Of the 196, with this proposed change, we adopt language directly out of the enabling legislation, MGL Chapter 44B. Of the 196 CPA communities in Massachusetts, roughly 90% of them appoint their CPC members in exactly this way. And in fact, this includes our neighbors, Westborough, Northborough, Ashland, Hopkinton, and Sudbury. Virtually all of the few municipalities who don't follow this best practice were, like Southborough, the earliest adopters of the Community Preservation Act. They adopted the act before best practices were established throughout the Commonwealth. So here's the change we propose. Remove the sentence, "The committee shall be appointed by the Select Board and shall consist of the following members," which is struck out up on the screen, and replace it with language directly out of MGL Chapter 44B. That reads, "The composition of the committee, the appointment authority, and the term of office for the committee members shall be as follows." We have also added the words "by a majority vote of" to ensure that future CPC members are appointed by a vote of their committee rather than, for instance, simply appointed by a chair or by some other means. This article has broad support among the town bodies that each contribute a member to the committee. The Planning Board, Open Space, Recreation, Conservation Commission, the Southborough Housing Authority, and as of last Wednesday, the Southborough Historical Commission. Making these corrections brings our bylaw up to current best practices statewide, aligns with the language in the enabling state legislation, and allows the CPC to continue its important work with a committee unhampered by blocked appointments and representing the diverse viewpoints among board, committee, and commission representatives and select board appointed citizens at large. Thank you.
All right. Recommendations, advisory?
Advisory voted to not support this article 3 to 4, or 4 to 3 on the not support.
4 to 3 not support, and selectmen.
Andrew Dennington.
Select board.
We voted 0-5 to not support, so no support.
And Mr. Moderator,
Who's,
it's B. B.
who is talking to me? Wait, yes, what?
Does this microphone work?
Yes.
Okay. So I was going to offer to explain the select board's position on this if you like.
Oh, well, I think Kathy stepped on you, but let's have it. Go ahead.
Sure. So, I mean, the question to decide is what's the best committee structure for, appointment structure for the CPC? One point I disagree with in the presentation that Article 10 is looking to correct our bylaw. The appointment structure that we have in place complies with state law, and the alternative change structure that the sponsors are proposing also complies with state law. It's just what's the best thing to do. So currently, you have one appointing authority, which is an elected board, which is directly accountable to the voters. Under Article 10, for this 9-member board, you would have 8 different appointing authorities, of whom 6 are not elected and therefore don't have any direct accountability to the voters. So I think that the reason to keep the current structure is it best promotes accountability and oversight over this board. And now in terms of accountability, that's correct that in the last 2 appointment cycles, the select board made some difficult decisions not to reappoint particular people to the CPC, and we're directly accountable for those appointment decisions and also for the overall performance of the boards that we appoint. In that respect, the CPC is not any different than the many other boards and committees in towns. In terms of a role for some, and if you adopt Article 10, so you have 8 different appointing authorities, then really no one is ultimately accountable if the town reaches a point where we find that, you know, this board is not functioning well, we need to make a change. There's really no way to make a change. In terms of oversight, this is a significant board fiscally. Over the last 5 years, the revenue that's managed by the CPC is over $3.2 million. So that's not chump change, that's taxpayer money that there's an appropriate role to have an appointing authority to look at how that money is being spent. One thing that has bothered me and has bothered some other members of the select board is statutorily, the CPC dedicates a certain bucket of CPA revenue to community housing, and that's money that by statute is supposed to be being used to improve the diversity of housing in our town. And for the last 5 fiscal years, none of it has actually been spent, and the current balance in that account is now $576,504. So there's a role to have an appointing authority that in the 2 or 3 year cycle when people are appointed to ask some basic questions. What ideas do you have about how we can use this money? I think that there's simply too much money at stake here to have a new appointment structure where basically there's really no one who's overlooking, who's in charge and accountable for the overall performance of the board.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stivers, are you there to present a select board position, or are you just speaking as a?
Select board position in addition to Mr. Dennington's comments.
Well, how many are we going to have? Is it the opposite?
No, this is not in favor of this article.
Okay, so you're the counter view to what he just gave.
No, I agree. I agree with Mr. Dennington.
Oh, sorry.
For
Right.
some other reasons.
Right. All right, so I'll come back to you then. We're going to microphone D.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. I have 2 comments on this. First of all, the presenter may have left us with the impression that somehow the current bylaw is not compliant with the state law, which I have in front of me. And if it weren't compliant, it would have been fixed by the Attorney General a long time ago, and it is compliant because it says this bylaw shall determine the composition of the committee, the length of its term, and the method of selecting its members. So the bylaw does that. It's not against the state law that creates this to have it as we have it structured now. I think that point is secondary, however. I think the main point here is that, you know, members volunteer for government and can't always see eye to eye, and little spats crop up. And we, as town meeting, I don't think should involve ourselves precipitously in making changes to the structure of government when one board or another doesn't see eye to eye. It's not time to change the bylaw simply for that reason. And I would urge that we not lend our voice to this little disagreement, see if it blows over, and hope it does by voting not to support this. Thank you.
All right, microphone A.
I'm Liz Zulik, 3 Hidden Meadow Lane. I'm a member, I don't know, do I have to like disclose my member on things? I'm a member of the Conservation Commission and the Board of Health, and I'm here in support, not here in affiliation with my membership in the Conservation Commission or the Board of Health, but I am here to support this because I am very concerned over the recent lack of appointments for volunteers in our community. There are so few people who do volunteer. We see the same people who show up again and again. And for us to create an environment in our town where people are no longer going to volunteer because the select board is going against them is not a community I want to be part of. And it's not something that I'm supportive of. And I do not think that this was being made for the benefit of everyone in the town or what the voters were really wanting, but it was made via personal decisions of people on the board and did not represent the feelings of people in the town. So I am in alignment with our neighboring communities in this space, and I do understand that either option is legal for us, and I think allowing the people who are closest to this work and understand the value of people volunteering and what they can bring to the board is the direction we should move in. So again, I'm in support of CPC, and I hope people join me in voting yes.
All right, going back to microphone D, and then B, and then D, and then C.
I'm sorry, did you say D or
Yes,
B?
go ahead.
My apologies. Claire Reynolds, 104 Main Street. Well, I certainly respect the work that the CPC does. I agree with the lack of accountability because there are so many different appointing boards now. The other thing that I have a question on is on the listing of who does what appointing, I don't know that I quite understand how come some people are appointed for a one-year initial term, some are appointed a two-year initial term, all followed by the three-year terms. But and then the other thing was it came up at watching an advisory meeting in terms of somebody being appointed from a particular commission and then their commission, their appointment on that commission expires, but then they're still on CPC. That was something, maybe it's gotten resolved. So it just seems to me it's not ready for prime time right now. And Ben, if I watched the advisory board meeting and that was a discussion, maybe you can answer that better.
So,
Thank you.
well, let me take a stab first at the first question, which is the staggered terms is just left over from the original bylaw. That isn't a new thing. So that staggering was when the CPC was first established years ago. Is that not correct?
That's correct. It was so that when it was when it was first impaneled,
right,
it would cause the terms to stagger, so we wouldn't get a fresh committee
right,
with each.
Right. Now, in terms of if the person is no longer a member of the body that appoints them to CPC, how is that cleaned up? Do they remain on CPC or not?
No, then they are no longer a member of CPC.
Does that answer your question?
That's not in here.
In reading the language, if you read the appointing structure where it says, for instance, the first line, one member of the Conservation Commission as designated by the committee, in other words, that person has to be a member of the Conservation Commission. If they lose that membership, then they cannot be part of the CPC.
Yeah, I think that's implied in there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, let's go, Mike B.
Thank you. Sam Stivers, 7 Presidential Drive, a member of the Select Board. I'd like to address some of the misinformation that's been communicated by the sponsor of the article. First, it's been stated this article is designed to, quote, correct our current bylaw by giving the appointing authority back to the boards and committees as intended by statute, and somehow it's not aligned with statutes currently, and I'll second Mr. Butler's comment. If you look at Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 5A, it says a city or town that accepts Section 3 to 7 inclusive shall establish by ordinance or bylaw a community preservation committee, and the ordinance or bylaw shall determine the composition of the committee, the length of the term of service, and the method of selecting its members, whether by election or appointment or by a combination thereof. So the original state law basically says that the job of those details is delegated to town meeting or the legislative body. In 2004, Article 56 of town meeting was approved, and that established our Chapter 9, Article 4, Section 9-16 of our bylaw, which is what's been up here on the board. And that says, there's hereby established a Community Preservation Committee consisting of 9 voting members pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44B. The committee shall be appointed by the Select Board. It's hard to be more clear than that. State law says it's our job as town meeting. Town meeting did it in 2004, so we are exactly compliant with state law at this point in time. Second, it's been stated that it was never envisioned that in 2003 that by giving the Select Board appointment authority that the boards, committees, and commissions would lose their own authority given by statute. Statute has never given those committees the appointing authority for these positions. So again, we're exactly in compliance now. And there's also been conversation that somehow this change is necessary to prevent Select Board control of CPC. Select Board has no role in, vote on, or control of any CPC decision, just as we don't have any control of decisions by other committees that we appoint members to. We expect any committee member to do what they think is right relative to the particular issues in front of them, and that's their job, and as they deem appropriate, and they clearly do that, as a matter of fact. And finally, new language has been proposed as the last part of Section 916 to add a majority vote by the various committees that are providing members to CPC. This doesn't do anything new. This is the way that has been done historically. It's not harmful, but it doesn't actually change things that are working now. So bottom line here is by not approving this article, leaving the appointment process as it works today, we continue to operate exactly as state law and local bylaw requires. And as Mr. Dennington stated, it appropriately aligns management of the committee structure and responsibility and accountability to the voters for these appointments. This allows us, the Select Board, to make the best decisions for effective committee appointments, and I ask that you vote no on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone D, then twice over to C. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I did announce this in my opening remarks. Our bylaw provides that at 11 o'clock, whatever article is under consideration, we finish. And then we'll talk about, when and where and how we're coming back. So let's get through this, and then we'll talk about the rest of the meeting. Microphone D.
Sharon Shoemaker, 22 Wood Street. CPC was enacted in town to fund projects that wouldn't necessarily go through, they'd be knocked off the board during our normal budgetary process. And at the time, the people that are voted on it, we want like a diverse group of people to support diverse ideas. Recreation, put someone on there, and they're going to be pushing for rec projects. Conservation, more conservation, open space, affordable housing. There's a representative for each person to promote what their strength is, what their interest is, what their background knowledge is in. Recently at select boards, I've been hearing people coming in for interviews to be on the committees, and there's an opening for that committee on CPC, and they're asked, well, would you be available to be on CPC? And if you're on CPC, will you be supporting affordable housing? Because that's one of our priorities, which I agree with affordable housing. But the question is the conservation rep should be supporting conservation, or the recreation should be supporting rec. And yes, they will have an opinion on affordable housing, but I think we need to not be questioning people about a future vote before they're even appointed to their committee, how they're going to vote on CPC. So I really like the idea of the committee that knows these people to appoint them, and then they can vote how they think on CPC. Andrew Dennington said, well, if we don't appoint these to CPC, we have no authority. For the majority of these committees, the select board is already appointing these people to the committees, except for the planning board and the elected committees. So they still have a role, and their job is to put people on the underlying committees that they believe would do a good job on the committees. And their job is to support their committees at CPC to either relay information back and forth about the projects, or give their vote on how they feel what would be the best projects to bring to town, and do they meet those committees, the guidelines of CPC. My other question a comment that keeps getting thrown out is, there's all this money in the affordable housing bucket that hasn't been used. The people that are on the Affordable House Trust Fund, I'm pretty sure the majority of them are our select board. So if this money that they already have isn't getting used, they're the ones that could have been asking for it for a specific project all along. I know they're asking for us to give them all this money for this one committee to have control of, but I think the whole affordable housing end, you can't say we aren't using, there's all this money in this bucket when the select board or affordable housing committee hasn't brought forward more projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Microphone C.
Bonnie Faniff, 179 Middle Road. I urge you to vote for this article. We have consistency with same people sitting on these committees that bring large projects before a town meeting, for a town meeting vote. The committees work with the individuals sitting on the committee, representing them and your funds to see that they're spent appropriately. If not, which I found out one time, I brought it back to town meeting, which helped them with their future projects to complete them. We want people from the beginning of a project to the end of a project sitting on CPC. And as far as the Affordable Housing Trust Fund goes, yes, there's over $500,000 in that. But no one on the Board of Selectmen, since I left, has even come forward with a project. But you're asking for the Affordable Housing Trust article after this to have $1 million where there'll be no controls.
Thank you. Same microphone.
Hi, Michael Weiss on 189 Corderville Road. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the poster child for Select Board overreach. I'm probably the only person in town history who has been not voted on and then forced to resign from the Historical Commission chairmanship by an act of the Select Board. So you would think that I would be a huge advocate here of trying to limit Select Board power in any way I could. I think this is a terrible proposition by the CPC, and I'll tell you why. There are many problems with the current CPC. Many issues of transparency. I've brought up some of them. I don't think that's the time this evening. What really bothers me about this discussion is I was here at that meeting in 2002, whenever it was, to enable this legislation. We deliberately put in these controls because we are dealing with our taxpayer dollars. Many people here in town think, oh, this is all funded by the state. Every single one of you here pays 1% of your tax dollars into this fund. Now, granted, these programs and projects come to us at town meeting, but we need to have control through our elected officials of this money. If this proposition goes forward, you as the hall, as the taxpayers, cede total control of your tax dollars to a group of unelected officials. that would take 2 to 3 years as their terms expire to remove. The thing that you need to keep in mind is when this was initiated back in the early 2000s, the state match was almost 1-to-1. The current state match is 14.5% and is expected to drop. That means for every dollar that we put in, the state contributes 14 cents. And with the current management costs of the CPC as it's currently constructed, we are actually losing money. We would be better off bringing these things to town meeting. So I urge you to not move. I agree with the speaker who said, I think it was John Butler, that said that there are these spats in town. Believe me, I know from experience about spats. This is bad policy to change established town bylaw and remove voter control over our tax dollars. This will be the end of the CPC as it's structured, because in the next town meeting, if this passes, the voters of Southborough are going to rise up and say, you know what? I'd like that $100, $150, $200, $250 in my own pocket and have direct control in town meeting if I want to make an appropriation to spend on some of these projects, which I have greatly disagreed with. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone D.
First, Mr. Weischer makes a good point in the fact that maybe we should be dissolving this entity entirely if we're going to have this argument at all.
Sir, name and address, please.
Joe Palmer, 158 Parker.
Thank you.
Now, all these people that are on the committees get put in. I have a question. Does the CPC have to have a full board? It has 9 spots? Does it have to actually have 9 people on it? Right. So the select board can effectively control the vote on that committee by not filling spots as well. So if it doesn't like somebody, that's fine. They would have a right to just say, you can't get on it. Now, this is a select board that got voted in with 8% support of the town, meaning that if you didn't agree with them, 92% of the town might be ineligible to serve on a board because they disagree with you and so therefore wouldn't place you. I don't think that's a standard that we need to have in place. All the boards and committees are appointed by the select board. The fact that those boards and committees are sending somebody that they may not like, they may have appointed that person in the first place. But all of a sudden, when you're putting them in the CPC, all of a sudden they shouldn't be eligible? I think that's an unrealistic standard to put in that place. And if we don't like the CPC and the way it's run, and we don't like it, the funding that goes into it, and we don't like the projects, let's dissolve it. We don't need to be fighting over this at town meeting at all. The fact of the matter is at $573,000 or whatever it was, is that even going to buy a house in Southborough? I mean, we're fighting over an amount of money that won't even buy to support one family in Southborough. But yet we're having this argument over control of the CPC. Why?
Thank you. Microphone B. Wait a minute.
Yes, there's a point that I just want to correct that a prior speaker
Well, no,
made.
Andrew,
Yeah.
everybody's going to go once before we go twice. But I will come back. Yes. A, then the other B, and then D. Okay. Go, Al.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I am the chair of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I do want to clarify some of the activities that the trust fund has engaged in. In the past year and a half since I've been involved with the trust fund, we have in fact tried mightily to spend the funds under our control, and in fact have made offers on 2 different properties, neither of which we succeeded in getting. And we have other properties that we are looking at and other programs that we are looking at. So the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is in fact active. It's not easy to buy property in the town of Southborough even though $500,000 seems like a lot of money, it is a limited budget.
We're not going to interrupt the speaker like that. That's not how that works. Microphone B, please.
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford. I'm here in support.
I'm sorry. I am going to let you speak. Whoever yelled that out, you need to come to a mic and make that motion, all right? We've got a process here. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yes, I'm speaking in support of this article. One is that the CPC has a charter which is, the previous speaker said that the town wouldn't have an opportunity to say what happens, there's no authority or accountability. All of you, I probably diehard town hall residents coming to these meetings, you know every single CPC article has to be voted on by the town. So the accountability is town meeting. So I am in favor of this. I witnessed the debacle that occurred with our select board not choosing to re-elect these or reappoint these volunteers, and it was a disservice to the CPC and to us as the community. They have a charter, they need their objectivity, and I would have you vote in support of this article.
Thank you. Microphone D.
Hi, Rob Anderson, 18 Atwood Road. I just want to say that I'm going to be voting against this. I think that the select board has the voters and the people that they represent. They have their best interests at heart. They know the best people who can bring these projects forward. I'd also note that the CPA legislation just means that 10% has to be dedicated to historic preservation, 10% for open space and recreation, and 10% for housing. So that if a project does come forward that fits within that remaining 70%, we could conceivably bring more money to the table to address the housing in the town. So I would just like to say that I will be voting against this. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else who has not spoken on this that wants to? Yes.
Hi, Ellen Maria, 1 Weatherby Lane, member of the CPC. I just want to underscore the points about accountability, that again, 2 of these boards and commissions that recommend their members join CPC are elected by us, the voters, the Planning Board and the Housing Authority. All of the others are either members at large, like myself, who are only appointed by the Select Board, or chosen by other committees who have to be appointed by the Select Board. So all of these people are either elected by us or vetted by the Select Board. And again, as Ms. Houlihan said, every CPC article has to come before town meeting. So you are not ceding any authority. I'll also recommend that we remember every article so far that CPC has brought forward in the 2 decades has been approved by town meeting, which shows that the folks on CPC are doing our jobs to vet these projects before we bring them forward to you. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Smith, you have something you want to add new?
Yes, it is new. Just a clarification of something which I think there might be a misconception.
Okay.
There was reference was made to, we call them the buckets. There's a 10% set aside each for open space, historical preservation, and affordable housing. Just to be very clear, all of the money in the Community Preservation Trust Fund, even the funds that are not in a specific bucket, can only be used for open space, historical preservation, affordable housing, and recreation, regardless of whether the funds are in the bucket or not. That limitation applies to all CPA funds.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question? All right, this requires a majority vote, and then we'll talk about the rest of the meeting. All those in favor of Article 10, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, let's see it again. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. All right, folks, we are past 11 o'clock. Our bylaw stipulates that we first look to tomorrow at 7 to come back here and finish the rest of the warrant, 7 more articles. Won't take long, I guarantee. And unless there's an objection to that, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn until 7 p.m. tomorrow in this auditorium. Do I have that motion? Second?
Hello. Can I propose that we take a vote for whether or not people would like to continue and finish tonight? I don't believe there's 7 articles remaining.
Yeah, my binder says there's 7. Do we, show of hands in the hall if you'd like to keep going. And who doesn't want to keep going? Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn to 7 p.m. tomorrow right here in the auditorium? Second. In favor? Okay, we are adjourned until then.